Hello. Hi, Luna. Hi, Tess. I hope you're feeling better. Hi, Robin. Hi, Rosalie. I hope you are good as well. Hi, Lauren. I hope you guys can hear me. So if you just can pop it in the chat box that you hear me well, that would be brilliant. Yes, thank you. Great. Hello, hello, hello. We've got 5 more minutes. I'm quite excited about this Saturn talk. So I'm really hoping you guys gonna enjoy. Hi, Emil. Hi, Sweaty. Panelist. Here you go. So she will be able to record. Okay. Let me just do that in the meantime. Okay. Brilliant. Yes. Great. Hello, Aniko. Yes. Thank you, Rosalie. Nice of you. Hi, Judy. I've got some names. I'm sure I've seen your name as well before. Hi, Judy. And Christina as well. Hi, Christina. Yes, some people are saying hi again because I met them not long ago. We had also a class. So it's interesting. It's a longer day for me today. But anyway, Saturn talk is not going to be that long. So we're not going to be sitting here for 6 hours, surely, like usual. But then whenever I say that we won't, then we do. So I'm not even saying anything like surely. But no, overall, we're not necessarily going to be sitting here. My plan is that it's going to be a 3-4 hour webinar. And just going through the Saturn cycle with you and then looking at a couple of examples of how the Saturn return manifests. And basically, I want to give you some ideas as well of what you can do to turn Saturn a little bit around. Yeah, so that's why I'm quite excited about Saturn, because everyone is so afraid of it, and I really decided I had enough of the negativity around poor Saturn. So I'm hoping that you guys are gonna kind of, enjoy and believe that, it's possible to live together with Saturn also. Great. Oh, and yesterday too, yes. Saturn has the best gifts if you do what Saturn says. Exactly. I remember I had, I don't know, maybe it's one of you actually, um, um, but one of my students said to me that, oh, I remember who it was. One of my students said to me that because that lady has got such a strong Saturn in her chart. Basically, by essential dignity, um, she has got plus 16 points. So who now you are on your shadow second return, exciting, Judy. And I'm quite shocked that you say in shadow second return. We will see whether we're going to be using this shadow period in exactly the same way like you use or the way I use. But let's see. Judy, do you think about solar arc in some ways when you mention shadow, or just in a different perspective? Okay, so yeah, so she's got such a strong Saturn in her chart, like plus 16 points by essential dignity. I don't necessarily plan on speaking on essential dignity, and I always say this, that, you know, this and that I'm going to be talking about, but anyway, it came up, so I'm going to mention, you know, Saturn has got a different type of strength in certain signs. So unfortunately, mine is peregrine. Well, mine is peregrine, yes, and -5. Now, -5 is one of the lowest one possible, meaning that it has no strength. And peregrine means it is ghost planet. So meaning that, well, I'm not going to go into peregrine, meaning that it is a very weak planet in the charts. So this Saturn can be very malefic when it wants to be, basically. Because a weak Saturn doesn't mean that it's not going to be weak, like as an effect. It's going to be not that benefic, let's put it this way, okay? So unfortunately, yeah, Saturn has got some troubles in my chart, but that particular person I'm talking about, he has got basically Saturn in rulership. Saturn has got strength by triplicity, by term, by phase also. So every single strength the planet has. Anyway, so what she said to me that, all my days, Victor, since you said how good my Saturn transit became so much better in my life. So what does that mean to you? It means that you need to program yourself, right? In a nice way. Saturn is not all about those, you know, big monsters. Yeah, so I just thought I'm going to share that little story with you, so you've got a little bit of, you know, something to think about, how to basically let's turn around those negative belief systems around Saturn. You know, no wonder, by the way, even if you have a look at my chart, and then after we're going to jump into it because it's time. But look at that, Saturn is in my 9th house. So no wonder why I like talking about Saturn, or it's a topic of mine, because I don't want the belief system to be restricted around Saturn, right? And then it rules my 11th house. So I need to share that with the world. So today I'm here to change your mind about Saturn and let you know that Saturn is one of the best planets in the charts. And then now I'm hearing the boos everywhere. Great. Hi, Anna. Hi, Deborah. Some couple of names I might not have seen, or I just don't remember because I'm getting old, and that's a Saturnian thing as well. Hi, Una. Great, so let's get started. Oh, we've got someone from Miami, Anna. Hi, Michelle. Well, I feel it coming on, not feeling grounded. Yeah, Saturn is going to be a planet which sometimes takes, I mean, it's always taking away something, but gives something back in return as well. Brilliant. So today we are here to discuss Saturn return. And in the very end, I'm just going to give a couple of clues about Saturn Saturn transit as well. However, Saturn return itself is a type of transit. So today we're going to be focusing on mainly what is happening with Saturn return itself, which is happening around the age of 29, as well as around age 58, 59. So these are going to be our motivation for today, to clarify how to go about a Saturn return energy and what to expect and how to use that as a predictive tool. Now, when it comes to Saturn, it's going to be most probably you're going to have 3 cycles, or if you are lucky enough, you're going to go through 3 cycles of Saturn return. So one of the first cycle, which is going to be talking about the moment you were born up till about the age 28, 29, or 29 and a half in general, that's going to be talking about your youth. The second life is, the second cycle is going to be talking about your midlife. And somewhere we are between the age 29 to 58, 59-ish. And last but not least, you're going to start the third cycle around age of 59, and then it's going to be going up to somewhere around 88, age of 88 to 90. If you are lucky enough, you might be starting a 4th cycle, which we're not going to be talking about today, because that does, you know, the average lifespan is about 72 years, unfortunately. But anyway, that would go back to your youth sector. So it's like some type of rebirth. And that's all I want to share about that, obviously, with some different type of factors to take in. Okay, before we jump into what exactly Saturn represents in your chart, I wanted to mention that, you know, what is astrology? Astrology talks about as above, so below, and I'm sure you've heard this phrase in so many you know, channels. Probably you read about it quite a lot and so forth. But I would also say that astrology is nothing else but as inside, so outside. And today, that's going to be very important for us when it comes to Saturn, because Saturn represents 2 very important things in your chart. And one of them is going to be about your fears. And obviously, you create those fears within yourself. And how you tackle those fears, how you overcome them, how you integrate them into your life, well, that is going to appear on your physical side as well. Why do you think that Saturn in ancient astrology represented death? Because death is all about that the body got tired and the body need resting. You know, Saturn is a hardworking planet. Saturn is all about putting the effort, time, and energy into something because I want to leave a legacy behind. I want to create a name for myself. I want to be able to rest in peace knowing that I have done everything I could in order for me to grow into the person I decided to be, and then coming away from my karmic behavior as well. Saturn does talk about karma. Saturn does talk about the karmic debts you have to pay back in this lifetime. Today we're going to be looking at the house positions, especially of Saturn. So I'm going to be giving you some thoughts to think about the house position, not so much about the signs. And the reason being is because your Saturn return is always going to happen in the very same sign, right? So if you've got Saturn in Aquarius, it's going to happen in Aquarius at the age of 29-ish as well, or 59-ish as well, and so forth. However, the house position is going to change. So that's why I want to talk about the house positions for you separately. But now, going back to Saturn. So as I said, as inside, so outside as well. So Saturn has got so much to do with your body. Saturn rules the bones. Saturn too rules the whole skeleton. You know, so Saturn is the structure. Saturn is the structure for your body. And how you treat your body is reflected both inside as well as outside as well. So don't just look at Saturn as the planet of all hardship and all those type of things. Saturn actually, why do you have bones in your chart? So that it keeps up the flesh, right? It holds your soul. Yes, it's in a frame so that the soul cannot fly just out of your, of your body whenever it feels like it, because the soul, which is by the way represented by the moon, and moon is going to be important in today's talk, but I'm going to reveal that a little bit later why. So Saturn is giving a structure to it, giving a cage to it, so that your soul cannot escape and then it stays within you. Because the soul likes wandering about. And this is exactly what the kind of the soul does when you are asleep. It leaves you, it goes and gets recharged, and Saturn is the one who is bringing it back. So Saturn is going to be talking about this life and death type of situations. It's going to be talking about, how you appreciate life. What is your approach to life? Is that more like a pessimistic approach? Is that more like a optimistic, and so forth? Saturn, by the way, its symbol is half a circle with a cross. So, which is an indication, the half a circle, the circle itself represents the sun and the moon. So we're talking about here the soul. The sun in your chart is going to be talking about your wants, and the moon is going to be talking about your needs, right? The moon represents your soul intention, and the sun represents your heart intention, basically what your mission is in this life. Okay, and the cross, unfortunately, talks about some hardship, but also talks about, a cross also talks about, the cross is the symbol of faith. Because think about Jesus. Jesus had to make some sacrifices, so it's going to get better to people. So also that cross is indicating within the Saturnian energy that you have to make some type of sacrifices sometimes in order for you to achieve your highest version of self. So Saturn in your chart is going to kind of show some type of sacrifices or hardship I'm going to face, but the promise is also there that I am going to achieve a higher self of mine. By the way, Saturn in the Greek mythology talks about Kronos. And Kronos was a very hungry person. So he decided to eat all his children. And by the way, he was the dad of Zeus. In mythology, he's the god of all the Greek gods, right? And Kronos decided to eat them all because he was afraid of losing the throne. And eventually, Zeus managed to escape and then help the sisters and the brothers to also escape with him. And then that was the rise of the Greek goddess energies. So Saturn is also going to be talking about, as we discussed already, where your fears are lying, where there is a little bit of a self-confidence issue, and where you should be aware of some of your limitations and boundaries. Obviously, Kronos should have known that he is power hungry, and he should have limited himself, obviously, not to chase his own children into death. Saturn shows in your chart where you've got your doubts, your fears, where you have got the tendency to build some type of guilty consciousness up. Saturn shows in your chart where you fear failure. And obviously, if you are afraid of making a mistake, or if you have got this program, your mind is set to fail, then obviously after a while you're going to start attracting that. And what happens is you're going to become vulnerable. So this is something to do with your inner voice and also the disapproval of that. So Saturn is going to show what our inner voice of disapproval says to us. It shows in the chart where you have to face reality, where we should experience delays and frustrations, and where we might not get what we paid for. But remember, if you paid for it, eventually, you should claim it. It might take a little bit longer. Saturn is like a moral compass in your chart. So if you stick to the rules and if you play around with Saturn, then eventually it's going to give you rewards. Yes, you can read all these type of energies about Saturn, that structure and responsibility. And today, responsibility is going to be a very important word for us, especially in the first 1 hour of our talk. I usually also call Saturn as a balloon popper. Now, because Saturn is all about facing the reality part of things, right? So it says to you, come on, girl, come on, boy, wake up, face the reality, don't dream, and so forth. Saturn is like a morally upstanding citizen. It's like a timekeeper for people. Saturn rules time. Saturn rules the clocks. And the clock is ticking. So Saturn always going to ask you the question, how long are you going to follow this path, which clearly does not work for you? When are you going to say that, screw you all my fears, and I'm going to start fresh? So it's like an inner clock that your body is also getting older. Saturn rules old age. And therefore, Saturn's so much to do with in a way, your health, because Saturn might show in the chart what area of the body is restricted in a way. So what part of body is sensitive in your chart, which I don't necessarily want to talk about today, though. Saturn shows the area where you can be quite self-contained, but one of the interesting meaning to Saturn is like a long apprenticeship program with the promise of an eventual mastery and eventually becoming a guru. Of course, the planets, whoever is talking to Saturn, and I'm talking about the aspects this time around, it's going to be talking about the conditions of that Saturn. It's going to be talking about additional themes he is picking up. So one thing I would like to teach you today is, what does Saturn mean in your natal chart? How to figure that out, because without that, you won't know how to know what your Saturn return chart talks about. So today I'm going to be using 2 charts as an example, and if you don't mind, one of them is going to be mine. And the reason being is because no one knows myself better than mine, and I don't mind sharing some of my fears and so forth. So I will try to highlight how to approach that. Oh, that's not where I wanted to click. So going back to Saturn. Okay, so Saturn rules aging. And obviously with aging, you become cleverer and cleverer and cleverer. So I'm going to be differentiating 12 stages of the Saturn cycle. And I would like to talk to you about that. So the very first cycle is, well, think about it. You are born. And, oh, by the way, just a couple of other things which just all of a sudden popped into my mind. Saturn is also called as the great teacher. And it's also called the, what's the Latin word? Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, the unluckiest, the most unfortunate planet of all. So, you know, so what we mean by great teacher is that, again, I usually describe Saturn as, imagine that you are going to a school, okay? And you are a student, and Saturn is actually the professor. Saturn rules professors, the teachers. And more the professor rather than the teacher, because the teacher could be Jupiter as well. So the professor I'm talking about. And imagine that you go in and you've got this very cold looking, emotionally kind of distant type of person who takes his job very seriously. All these words are Saturnian traits. Now, what happens is that all of a sudden he tells you that, okay, can you give me, please, can you come outside to the board? Because I'm going to give you an exercise and then I'm going to grade it. So it's like an oral exam. So Saturn is going to be the examiner. Saturn is going to be the ticket controller on the bus or on the tram or whatever type of transport you use. So Saturn is going to be testing your knowledge. How far did you get? And guess what? If you didn't get too far, then you're going to get a bad grade. And then you have to repeat the lessons. And what happens is that we're talking about Saturn, which is all about maturation. I hope I say it right in English. Anyway, the growing up energy. So if you are collecting like life lessons, then of course at the end it's going to bite back because you've got way too many. So Saturn cycles somehow going to be talking about when you arrive to a stage in your life when you have to take an exam. Someone mentioned that they've got Saturn return nowadays. Well, that's an exam, no matter what area of, well, we're going to look at what area of life they have to take the exam, but that's going to depend on the house position. So, and the students usually are very scared of these teachers, and that's where probably your fear comes from as well. But remember that Saturn, the teacher, the professor, if you do well, they're going to give you a great grade, and probably you might not be receiving the bestest feedback ever. So they're not going to go on their knees and telling you, please work for us because you were fabulous. Oh, well done, here is your diploma or whatever it is. So you get your reward, but you don't get those nice words. Those nice words, what, for instance, Venus or Jupiter would say. Because probably Jupiter would go, crazy and hold an hour's speech about how good you were. Okay, so that's where this great teacher energy comes from. And it's all about creating those experiences for yourself. And Saturn phase is going to be talking about on what stage of the experience level you should be at. Because as we said, Saturn is all about an apprenticeship program. Well, an apprentice, if you want to be a world-known chef, well, you're going to be peeling the potato for years before you actually can make, a soup or whatever it is. So that's how we, with the Saturn cycle, with Saturn, there is this Karate Kid, I think, the film, which comes to my mind. I love bringing up film examples, movie examples. But there is this Chinese master who is teaching a martial arts and then getting the guy to paint the fences with certain type of movements. And obviously the guy does that for days and weeks and months. And then eventually the guy is going to ask, come on, what am I painting your fence for? You're using me, right? And then eventually Saturn comes there and then, okay, so show me how you paint the fence in the air. And then it turns out that he was teaching him some karate moves. That's Saturn. You need to be able to see the bigger picture with Saturn, but we are very narrow-minded with it. Okay, or he is just, okay, I'm not gonna come up with these fantastic, you know, examples anymore. I feel like I've done them, and you know, you kind of understand what I really want to say about Saturn. But it is gonna be giving you as much as you can bear. It's not gonna give you loads of work, because Saturn exactly knows how much you need to be able to cope with. Great. I also call Saturn as a measuring cup. You know, if your cooking book says that this is the amount of, you know, yeast you should use, then use that amount of yeast. So Saturn is a little bit of a planet of precision. And Saturn moves forward and builds, you know, angular relationship with the starting point of its natal position. And Saturn has got this very important 7-year cycle. So every 7 year, he is going to be in connection with its natal position. And by the way, Saturn, and this is the last, I don't even know what the word is, like the last like connotation or example I'm going to bring up, but Saturn is all about building the castle. Saturn have the foundation for that castle, because you don't want your beautiful building to collapse. So don't rush things. Do it within your time. And that is going to be a very important question for us today. And I'm going to ask you the question just a little bit later on. Okay, so before we jump into all these 12 phases of Saturn, I'm just wondering if you've got any questions over the meaning of Saturn, or something was not really clear. So if you've got any questions, just pop them into the chat box. And I'm gonna come back to it later. How do we know if we have failed the lesson? That's a very good question. I'm gonna help you out there with a couple of examples. Of course, it's gonna be all about the interpretation of your chart, so we are a little bit far off from that. Okay. So moving in to the cycle. So of course you are born, and basically the body is going to be forming a shape and the form, and that is something, this shape and form, it's pretty much of a Libra energy. How interesting that Saturn is exalted in Libra, right? Because Saturn wants to build that shape and form also. Just I put that for you in brackets for your own reference. So basically, what happens is that you are born, and then within 7 years, Saturn is going to be having a square to the natal position. Now, in the first 7 years, it's all about your personal development. It's all about growing the body, making those bones stronger, right? We're talking about learning about your talents. Saturn, by the way, rules talents. And I'm sorry not putting that onto the slide. I should have, but it rules talents. Now, in what ways it rules talents? I'm going to send out a bonus video for you, which we made with Sweti, I believe, a few months ago. So you're going to be able to see how Saturn is talented in each of the signs. But anyway, so we're talking about the growing up type of energy. So all you focus on is grow and eating and, you know, listening to your parents' instructions. However, one of the major energy within the first 7 years of your life is that you can't really take responsibility for your own action. So you need direction. And Saturn is aware of that. It is also very interesting, actually, that science has identified developmental spurts in the prefrontal cortex with the children with the age of between 5 and 7. So basically what it means for us is that you've got the brain and you've got the survival center of the brain. And that starts developing somewhere around the age of 7. How interesting that that is going to be one of the key Saturnian cycle, right? So in my opinion, the prefrontal cortex, which I said is responsible for the rational thoughts, the problem solving, anything to do with planning and being able to pay your attention, all belongs to Saturn. Well, think about it. What happens at the age of 7? Important, right? You're gonna go to school. That's gonna be a period when, when you go to school, and then you have to be able to use that for yourself, because otherwise you might get punished, you might get disciplined. Also, pretty much very Saturnian words what we're using. So just to summarize on that age 0 to 6 and 7, you are born, you left the comfortable place, and obviously the comfortable place was within the mommy, and that lasted for 9 months. And then you are thrown out to this very difficult world. And everything is just going to be extremely new to you, and you're going to kind of see what is ahead of you. And you are very dependent on your parents. Of course, at first you need to be fed, you need to be directed, you need to be helped walking, and so forth. But then around the age of 7, all these perceptions are going to be changing, because you're going to start growing up, and then you go to school. So this is what we're going to call as the waxing crescent moon phase. The waxing square Saturn phase. And you can see a little bit of a description there. Another important thing I would mention, that this is also going to be at the time when you realize that, oh my days, mom is not always with me, right? Because most of the time the child, is quite close to the parents. However, the separation anxiety somewhere starts around the age of 3 and 4, and that belongs to the 4th house. But we might be talking about that in a completely different phase. So anyway, we are in the waxing square phase, and you are going to school. The school is giving you all the necessary tools and learning, which is going to help you to be able to socialize. But you are also expected to achieve things. You are expected to, or you are required to develop some type of listening skills, understanding skills, and so forth. All these energy belongs to Saturn. Now, this is also going to be the phase. Remember, it's going to be a square, which you're going to have to learn. Square talks about learning. Square talks about fixing things. Great. Moving on. At the age of around 14, you're going to have opposition happening in your chart. So the Saturn, the natal Saturn, is opposed by the transiting Saturn. Oh, by the way, going back to the previous slide. So if you want to see, how your child might go through all that type of energy, bring up your chart and then have a look. Obviously, for instance, here is Saturn in my chart, right? So that's in 9th house. We're going to have to know what the natal Saturn means. So I'm going to come back to it. But the square is going to happen somewhere in 9 degree of Aquarius. Now, if there is anything around that 9 degree, I would say, within 10 degree from each side, then it means that period of time is hugely important for the child. And you're going to have to go back, and maybe that's the first stage when the child develops some fears. By the way, you know that the first 7 years is all about developing 75% of your personality anyway. But that is going to be very much an important phase. In my case, it was transiting Saturn. Oh, sorry, the transit in Saturn was conjuncting my sun, which is definitely an important stage. And yeah, I had a huge turnaround around the age of 7. Great. So I hope that makes sense. So I'm moving on. Actually, let me see if you guys have got any questions, because I see some comments coming in. Okay, so how do we know if we have Saturn opposing Saturn? I'm not too sure what that question is. I'm gonna come up to that. Saturn is also connected to the father and the 10th house. That's a good comment there, Emil. Yes, Saturn can represent father, but it's important, can. So, yes, Saturn is a father figure, but whether it always represents a father in your chart or not, that's a different story. So today we're not going to take that meaning of it. Yes. What does it mean if someone has changed many schools and started many different things but never completed anything? That is very bad Saturnian traits. Well, we would need to see where that Saturn is. So I can't really answer that question for you. Maybe there is plenty of Gemini traits in there. We're talking about curiosity. Okay, so we are on the opposing Saturn. So the transit in Saturn is opposing natal Saturn. So we are at the age of around 14-ish. And first of all, we need to discuss what opposition means. Opposition is like a seesaw energy. How I usually describe to my students, usually in a funny way, is that imagine that there is this seesaw and there is this heavy kid and there is this skinny guy. And they want to play on the seesaw, and then, but obviously they can't because there is a huge difference going on between those two, right? And they should be figuring out that maybe 2 skinny guys and 1 heavier guy together are going to be able to play the seesaw game very well. And that's what opposition means. Seesaw. You're getting pulled into 2 different directions. However, why don't you notice that there is always a solution? Get a skinny guy and 1 more skinny guy, and then the play is going to be even probably more enjoyable because I included someone else as well. So opposition usually talks about relationship issues. Now, not just necessarily in a way of romantic relationship, but also maybe a relation with authority figures, with father figures, which also belongs to Saturn. Anything to do with the government, which also belong to Saturn, and so forth. It is somehow talking about opposition confrontations where some of my characteristics has a light on. Opposition shed light on things, and usually things which you don't necessarily want to come to terms with. Opposition talks about things which you hate about yourself, so most probably you're going to say that, oh no, that's not true, right? Opposition shows us things we cannot see in ourselves. So question, are you going to embrace the energy or are you going to fight it? Because if you fight it, it's more painful. So I want you to know that. Yes, of course. It means that I need to listen to others because opposition. It means that I need to understand others' viewpoints as well, and I cannot be that stubborn. And Saturn can be stubborn because it says that the clock is ticking, you know, how long? And that's so much of a Saturnian energy. Okay, so just a very quick example I'd like to shed or to tell you. I've got a Pisces rising sign, and it's nothing to do with Saturn, but I just want to illustrate a little bit what opposition means so you understand the Saturnian opposition a little bit better. I've got a Pisces rising sign. The opposite side is Virgo, which is said that it's something to do with relationship. I say that seventh house is all about law of attraction, what you want to attract, and also the qualities you don't want to see within yourself. Now, a few months ago, a couple of, well, a friend of mine said that, oh, you're so judgmental and you're so critical. And I'm like, geez, you don't even know me. Like, how can you say I'm the most accepting person ever? I said that. Oh no, you are very judgmental. You know, you see the bad things all the time. And I'm like, me? Can you see my Sagittarius, how's it called? Stellium. I like me being just, you know, selfish and all that type of things. How do you dare? So that's what my best friend said to me. So I called up like four another friends. Do you really think I'm very critical to others? Yeah, sure. I was like, are you sure? Yeah. And they started giving me examples like how I do that. And I had to realize, Jesus Christ, I am. I am very critical towards myself and I am very critical towards others as well. So I need to practice acceptance. And this is what your opposition is going to be talking about with the seventh house opposition, sorry, with the Saturn opposition, acceptance. So at the age of 14, what happens is that your sexuality starts coming to light, right? We're talking about the puberty developmental stage. And that's going to be the third stage of the Saturn cycle. So this is all about the sexuality, the social maturation, right? This is when you basically become a young adult and then you start developing your social skills and then probably your gender identity as well. But this is the time when you're gonna go and then relationship and all those type of things. And this is the time when you're gonna be getting some type of heartache also because you're gonna get no's. Saturn. Saturn is a stop sign on the road, which says slow down, stop sign, slow down, or you're gonna have an accident. So this is when you're gonna be held back and maybe your parents are gonna tell you, no, you can't go to party. You have to stay at home and study. And the reason why it's interesting is because at this stage, you also have got a Uranus sextile in natal Uranus, which talks about freedom, right? So you want to run away. And that's interesting, surely. So this is going to be, this opposition is going to be talking about some type of confrontations you have to overcome, which might seem to be so bad and that this is the end of the world and your life is ending. Guess what? Might not be. So maybe, and I can tell you this, I'm going to bring up the example for myself and not to make others to feel sorry for me, but Saturn opposite, and it just came to my mind, so that wasn't even in the presentation. Saturn opposing my natal Saturn at the age of 14 happens on the 3rd and the 9th house, and this is the time of studying. Right? This is the angle of studies and education. So from primary school, you know, the little boy in Hungary, a little boy at the age of 14 leaves the primary school and then goes to secondary school. And they have to choose what to learn. Now, at that time, I have always known, by the way, since the age of 6, that I wanted to become a teacher. So I said to my teacher, I want to become a teacher. And the teacher started laughing. Are you stupid? Have you seen your results? That's never going to happen. You're a very smart kid, he said, but No way with this grade you're gonna get into. You know what? I think you need to go and become a chef or be a carpenter and all those type of things. And I was like, basically my grade wasn't too bad. So in Hungary, the grading goes from 1 to 5. The 5 is the best, the 1 is the worst, and I had an average of 3.8. So it means that I'm not too good, but it's okay, you know. And that is the borderline whether they're gonna take you to like a vocational school, like where you can study some type of like trading or like becoming a carpenter and stuff like that, or they're gonna take you to like a class where you're gonna work towards your GCSE so that eventually you can go to university. So that's how it works in Hungary. And I was told to choose the becoming a carpenter. Well, I decided no. I went for secondary school so that I can take GCSE because I knew I wanted to become a teacher. But then another initial problem I had. So the teacher said to me, I'm stupid. By the way, I've got a Saturn square in Mercury, so that might be visible there. Another problem was that Taurus problems. My grandma said, I'm sorry, you can't go to study because we don't have money. And I was crying. My Pisces rising sign opened the waterwork. And I was like, what am I going to do? And you know what? I stood up for myself. I went to the local council. I was hitting the table because I didn't have a legal guardian. My grandma wasn't supposed to be my grandma. Long story, anyway. And I was hitting the table, give me money, or I'm going to put the building on fire. A 14-year-old child has to do that. And then I got money from the MP, and then I could pay for my books and studies. So I went to secondary school. Sorry for sharing these personal stories, but I'm sharing them so that you can have a little bit of an idea of what is happening or what could have happened where you might have generated some of those fears. And look at the house position. It might give you indications of, what is happening. Because once you know what the problem is, guess what? You can fix it. Any questions on this stage at all? Let me pick up. So Michelle is going through an opposition right now. Great. I mean, not great, yes. An opportunity to accept differences in life. Great, so we're gonna move on. I can see no questions come in. So we're gonna go on to the waning square, which is gonna be happening around the age 22. Well, basically, we coming up to your legal age. That's gonna be the 4th phase of the first Saturn return. It starts around the age of 21. Obviously, we're talking about a square again, which means fixed things, tension. And also, this is the period of time actually when Uranus has got its natal square to Uranus as well. So this could be a very much of a period when you're gonna have to make adjustments. When your experiences are pretty much, defined by the experiences you had or how you live through your independence and your individuality. So this is the time when you might experience your first job, or you're gonna get your apartment, or you're gonna go and travel and so forth. So somehow this is gonna be a period of time when you have got a very strong urge to break free and get grounded and then solidify yourself. But it doesn't mean that you have reached, maybe this is the time when you are getting married. It doesn't mean that you are a full grown ass, right? it might indicate that, actually it indicates that you are on the road to maturity, right? It's all about collecting those experiences and then taking responsibility for your own actions. Remember, you left your home environment. Now, I want to give you something to think about. There is a technique which nobody here will be familiar with because I haven't released it yet. Anyway, with my very first teacher, we started thinking about some type of theory. And if you add up the year you were born at, that's the time when you should be moving out from your parents. So I was born in 1983. So that's age of 21 when you should be moving out. Interestingly enough, that is again somehow related to Saturn because you are growing up. I'm not going to go into that deeper. It's a very interesting system. One day I'm going to be sharing a lot about it, I'm sure. Okay, so so as I said, we are having a square, and square is a challenge. So it's something you might feel very, very strongly. Again, you know, that's going to be a square. So it's going to be, in my case, happening somewhere in Leo. Now, I can tell you it's 6 hours. This is the time when actually my ex-boss decided to pay my tuition at university because this is the way how he wanted to keep me at work. Look at that. I mean, 9th house is all about tuition, right? University. And I didn't have money to pay the university, of course, again. So I received that opportunity. And then I took that opportunity. And yes, eventually I finished the school and then I left him, by the way, immediately. I wasn't that grateful, I know, and then I should regret that. Great. Any questions on this phase at all? That worked for you, 18 years old. What if I don't F? I never moved. From your parents? Very good question. If you don't move from your parents, that's not healthy. How old are you, Emil? I can't remember. 26? Yeah, 26. Then I remembered. It means that you are okay. We're gonna talk about that as well. Are we going to talk? We're gonna talk about that as well shortly. Okay. No, good. Of course, you should be moving out. As I said, what year you were born at? Add those up, and then that's the time when you should be moving out from your parents. There is some numerological explanation to that, some astrological explanation as well, which I don't want to play out now. So you've got, that's 22, age 22. If you were moving out a lot earlier, that's not necessarily healthy either, and a lot later, definitely not. Don't forget that your parents want their freedom back as well, but maybe we're gonna get to that stage when we talk about their Saturn phase. You're disturbing them. You are disturbing their peace. So it's all about getting those things together and then let's move, right? Great. So moving on, we're gonna get into, and this is the exciting part, we're gonna get into what? We're gonna get into the first Saturn return. And we're gonna spend a little bit of a time here. Okay, this is the time when your youth ends. And this is where we might be able to talk about what Emil was asking about. Is that really bad that he hasn't moved out? Yes, in a way, yes. in a way, no. Because which one is worse? Having someone becoming, let's say, a CEO of a company at the age of 20, or becoming a restaurant manager at the age of 19, 20, like I did, and then maybe having a miserable life after 28, 29, because we're going to have to experience responsibilities and we're going to have to experience hardship. In my opinion, the first 28, 29 years of your life should be about figuring out who you are. We're talking about Saturn, which is the planet of maturation, maturity, right? And it takes 29 years astrologically to grow up. So why would you start having all that type of CEO position and taking responsibility? And I might not become very popular now, but also, that's okay to take on kids and getting married, but that's a huge responsibility. Astrologically speaking, you are an adult still. So, and when someone is going to have a child, especially at the age of 16, by 25, 28, that relationship gonna go very bad, and it's gonna end up as divorce, which might belong to Saturn again in a way. And then after, you're gonna have a second stage in your life. So in my opinion, the first 28 years should be about trying to figure out who you really are, what you really want to do in your life. Another thing which comes to my mind with, for instance, the Saturn opposing natal Saturn, which is happening at the age of 14. You have to choose who you want to become, right? You have to choose what type of school you want to go to. I mean, Jesus Christ, that little person doesn't even know what's 2 + 2, right? So how can we expect them to know who they want to become? That comes maybe with a little bit of a Saturnian energy. So in my opinion, you shouldn't be pinning yourself down. You shouldn't be, you should be figuring out your limitations, what your talents are, what you're good at, and then starting working towards that. No wonder why the university period actually is between the age of like 18 to 25, 24, 25. Because what happens after? You're going to be something to do with an apprentice, probably practicing somewhere. And then, let's say you became a doctor, eventually you're going to start your journey around the age of 28, 29, right? So it takes time. Yes, so usually finish your studies by the age of 24, and then you've got time to build up on that. But when it comes to age of 29, astrologically speaking, this is the time when you should manifest, when you should take responsibility to face a reality, and then, and then overcome it. You need to learn how to overcome it. The first 29 years, you haven't had a full cycle yet. You don't know what blockages I'm going to be experiencing. You might be doing all these type of things. You've got Saturn in the 8th house, and then all of a sudden you've got an accident going on, and then you have to turn your life around, and you're going to feel devastated about it. Okay, so this is the first Saturn return is basically marking between the youth energy and the adulthood. The second Saturn cycle starts basically approximately around the age of 28. Okay, and it is also going to be marked by 4 phases. So what we have built in our lives and what we have learned, and who we became, it's all these are going to undergo a challenge. And it's going to somehow be provoked by some external conditions. And yes, now your natal Saturn position defines what type. And this is where I'd like to speak about some of the strength of Saturn and some of the weaknesses. What I mean by that is, you know, Saturn rules Capricorn, and Saturn also rules Aquarius according to ancient astrology. And Saturn, as I explained at the beginning, and I gave you a little bit of um, like explanation why Saturn likes Libra, but you know, because of the shape and the form, and Saturn likes the structure, and it wants to build those shapes and forms up. So we're pretty much talking about a crystallization of that. And this is the time when you're going to have to crystallize your learnings. So the success period, and this is, I wanna make you think a little bit, and I don't want to change your perspective of you know, astrology and what you have learned so far, but I'm just going to give you a couple of things to back up my theory why you should not be too serious before the age of 28. Progressed moon cycle lasts for 28 years, so it correlates to your Saturn cycle. Why is it that around age of 29, you, in your solar return chart, you have got exactly the same ascendant like at birth? And it happens either at the age of 29 or age of 33. Why is that? Are these all accidents, or are these all happening for a reason? You know, how come that the Saturn and the moon in the solar return chart always have got the same distance every 4 years? These are not coincidences. These are actual, you know, it happens for a reason. So I think following Saturn's path is a very great way to harness the energies and to basically to gather your vision at the first 28 years of your life. And then after, go in for it and then building that foundation, and then building on that foundation. I mean, the first 29 years should be about building foundation. Okay, so, and you know, as I said, this is going to be a time when you're going to be challenged. You're going to be challenged to either consolidate things or to initiate necessary adjustments, realizing that things are not really working out. You know, it might be related to your career, it might be related to your you know, your career, or wherever Saturn is in your chart, depending on that position, right? The house position especially. So the cycle of Saturn illustrates your development through different stages of your life. And Saturn return, the exact moment when Saturn returns to its natal position, is going to be a testing period where you start in basically a period where you should be focusing on success and life path. So basically we've got a little bit of a midheaven activation going on with Saturn. How ironic that Saturn is associated with midheaven anyway. Great. Any questions? I'm just wondering if any pops up here. So in that mind, 24, interesting, 24 move, 4, I moved abroad. I'm going to have my first Saturn return this December. What if my Saturn is at 0 degree? Okay, there is something wrong with my Saturn. Oh, Emil, wrong way of thinking. Wrong way of thinking. Okay, so what if Saturn is on 0 degree? 0 degree is all about an energy, a completely new energy, which we have to embrace within us. So I usually describe this like a language exam. A planet on 0 degree has to learn the language of the sign and the house as well. And that's something completely new for the planet. So it could bring some type of challenges. And then, of course, that planet is going to get tested of those language skills. Okay, that's what basically the 0 degree pretty much talks about. It's the beginning of something you haven't mastered in previous lifetimes, and then you have got a karmic duty to come here now and then do so. If I'm not mistaken, that Saturn is in the second house there, right? So it might be self-birth. You know, maybe from a little rabbit you become a tiger, and that's what you have to experience. The sign is going to give you the idea, by the way. Maybe, so I'm guessing it's Aquarius, right? If Saturn return is going to be happening. So that means that maybe moving away, traveling somewhere, you know, figuring out my individuality, who the heck I am, you know, and then start expressing those. Okay, so as I said, you know, you might see the progressed moon and the Saturn to overlap, and surely you will, of course. So progressed moon is going to get back to its natal position around the age of 28, Saturn 28 and 29 and a half, somewhere in between. Now, that's another exciting thing I wanted to mention to you. Progressed moon talks about how your emotional needs are adjusting. Saturn talks about your physical needs, how they are adjusting. Saturn is the planet of protection. I'm not too sure if I mentioned that, but Saturn rules the skin on the body. So Saturn only allows as much as you can bear, because obviously the skin has got, you know, certain limitations, how much they can take. You know, I can't burn a skin for too long because it only has got 7 layers. So how interesting that Saturn is Kronos, which was the dad of Zeus, the god of all gods. The skin has got 7 layers and there are 7 visible planets. Just again, something I was thinking of while I was writing my material for you guys. So the progressed moon is going to be talking about how you should make yourself happy. The Saturn is going to be asking about, let's realize those things, let's structure those things, let's be practical about them. You know, if you were dreaming as a child that, I'll give you an example, you know, as a child, you decided you wanted to become an actor because your moon is in Leo. And it becomes very important for you to be on the stage. Saturn is in Leo also. So Saturn is restricting it, but also it tells you to work hard. I might give that to you. So obviously that person is going to sometimes, you know, bang the head into the wall, really wants to follow the hard desire, you know, but going to meet some type of challenges. The question is, am I going to give up on that or not? Because that's how it really depends what the Saturn return means for you. You know, it's going to be extra challenges, or is it going to be actually a reward? By the way, the aspects are going to be helping you decide on that also. I mean, you know, positive aspects to Saturn, especially from the 2 major fortuna, which is Venus and Jupiter, then probably you might have got the ability to pass the exam. So one is going to be talking about your emotional protection. The other one is going to be talking about your physical protection. And maybe Saturn knows better that you can't be a superstar because that is going to emotionally destroy you. I'm going to have that. I'm going to have an example on that just a little bit later on. Great. So some of the keywords for our Saturn return. So first of all, you know, any return of the planets really need of our experience of that planet's energy. So you need to know that. That's what it is going to be talking about. And you know, the experience of all questions possible that the planet can ask about you. That's what you're going to be experiencing. So Saturn return is going to be talking about, you know, responsibility, structure, discipline, as well as morality. I did mention, I believe, that Saturn rules death, to die. So when Saturn return happens, mature up, be more realistic, be more grounded, develop consistency, work hard, keep your eyes on the prize, work towards your long-term projects, goals, time to change what has not worked for you. So combining that with Moon, am I happy? Saturn says, if you are not, go. If you are yes, stay. Progress Moon is going to be saying what to do in order for you to be happy. Saturn, are you willing to work hard? If no, then go. If you don't want to become, you know, that famous actress you dreamed about as a girl, Moon in Leo, Saturn in Leo, then go. If yes, then I'm going to support you 1000%. Even Saturn has no strength in Leo because that's an opposite sign from Aquarius. That's why Saturn doesn't have a strength in Cancer either, opposite from Capricorn. And Saturn is very weak in Aries as well. But still, it's all about teaching those responsibilities. Yet Saturn might become more cruel in those signs and use some tools which he shouldn't be using sometimes. Yeah, because it's very frustrated already and can't stand stupidity. Okay, so these are the questions you're going to have around the age of 28. Are you happy? What are you doing towards to become happy? And so forth. Great. So, any questions? If you don't accept, so Kate is asking, if you don't accept the Saturnian universal lesson and not manifesting, could it manifest erupt through the skin? And would it accepting the lesson of Saturn potentially remediate this? Exactly. So if you don't accept it, that's when you've got acne and all those type of things, not taking things as it should be. It is also related to, how's it called, allergies in a way. But allergy is ruled by Moon, by the way, because it's some hormone related, but that's a different story. Okay? That was a very good question, actually. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to answer the questions, and after we're going to take 5 minutes break. So there is something wrong with that. Saturn, okay, both my natal Saturn and my place of work are the same, which is coming up in a couple of years. What would that mean? Shortly after I started working at this company, 6 months later, I got promoted. It will be Saturnian, Saturn, Pisces. I was 28 when I started at the company. We would need to see the whole chart for that. I mean, it's a really small information, but let's see what happens by the end, because I'm going to talk about Saturn in each sign and, sorry, in each houses. It might help a little bit. Judy, Victor, is each square 7 years or 7.5 years? I mean, each square is going to happen at between 7 and 7.5. I mean, Saturn's speed depends on the retrograde motion, which I'm also going to be talking about a little bit later. But yeah, between 7.5 years. And each of them, these Saturnian periods lasts between 3 to 9 months. Okay. Also, does each square show what area in life we are going to be affected? Does it affect or trigger the natal Saturn only? Okay, so I'm going to bring up examples on that, and then it's going to be a lot easier to understand. Progress Saturn heaven opposed to the transit in Saturn, huge, huge. Wow, that's huge. Okay. I'm going to bring up an example on that when I go through maybe explaining one Saturn transit, and then it's going to be a little bit easier to understand how we should be working with that. Great. So we're going to take 5 minutes break, and then we're going to jump into Saturn return in each houses. See you in 5. Yes, I'm back. So I can see no questions. I can see no questions. There is a question actually. So I have Saturn in Aquarius, 25 degrees. Saturn is in the fourth house. Does this indicate anything about migration and interrupted studies? I can't. Migration, yes. Studies, no. Fourth house is something to do with relocation. So yeah, they could talk about something like that, yes. Okay, so now, as I said, in order for you to fully understand your Saturn return and to basically being able to figure out what your karmic duties are in regards to, you know, your returns, we're going to have to understand what Saturn means in each, what Saturn means in your chart. So when it comes to Saturn in the first house, we're talking about the house of body and personality, right? So I usually describe the first house as a onion. So there are external layers on that juicy part of the onion, which needs to be peeled off in order for you to get there and then fully manifest that. So we might be carrying some type of energies in this house, which you are completely not aware of. It's in your bodies, it's in your personality, you know, but you might not be able to see them or you know, not really come into terms with that. So this is going to be a time when you're going to have to start learning about that part of you. You know, Saturn in the first house um, is basically the body, and the person needs to learn about Saturnian challenges. So what is discipline? How to structure the moral codes, the moral compass. You need to grow up really. But this is an Aries house, and which is talking about your survival instinct, which is talking about leadership, because Aries wants to become the best. So instead of being lethargic, go and then become a boss, become a fighter. Discover that leadership skill within you, which you haven't been aware of. Be bold and decisive, and don't allow yourself to be led, because you are a born leader, you know. But somehow the person might feel some type of heaviness on the physical body, and therefore it might be indicated in some type of health issues or some type of concerns. So the aspect to Saturn might be talking about what form, what type of those. But we're talking about the first Saturn return here, right? So especially. So don't forget that, you know, at the age of 28, to be somehow sick is not necessarily normal. So Saturn might be showing some type of escapism. Remember, Kronos ate all the gods as well. So the first house is all about, are you fighting for your survival instinct? You gonna break out of that circumstances you are in and then leave everything behind? It is so much connected to the 12th house, right? Because there's the first house from the 12th. So something needed to end. Are you not able to leave that behind you? You know, with the first house, Saturn, you're going to have to prove your strength. You're going to have to find those skills, and they are in your bones, Saturn. First house talks about your environment. So basically, Saturn might bring some type of challenges or bring some type of, well, not necessarily just challenges, but like a little bit of a heaviness. So the question is the environment too heavy for you? Is there too, is there basically the bare minimum going around you? You know, are you a little bit superficial? That's also a question here, because Saturn wants to teach you that superficiality is not going to work. There needs to be focus, hard work, and concentration going on. Regarding your body, regarding in your approach to life, regarding your maturity level. It's all about responding to the body's needs. You need people around you who are grounded. You need people around you who are, focused and basically not so immature. Saturn might be asking the question here that, when are you going to grow up eventually? Because I've had enough. I'm going to push you to the limits. Okay, in the meantime, just please drop in the box whether you've got Saturn in the first house or, how you relate to that. The sign is going to show you what type of limitations you might be experiencing. So the house is the area of life, and the area this time around is the body, is the self. But the sign is going to show you what type of challenges you might need to face. So if and unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to answer all your personal questions. I'm really sorry about that. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here for a very long time. But let's say if you've got Saturn in the first house in Taurus, that might be weight problem. And actually, we're talking about physical burden on the body, and you can't carry yourself anymore. And then, of course, you develop some type of self-confidence issue, self-esteem issue, and then Saturn. Now, the return in Saturn is telling you, okay, let's take this serious, right? By the way, Saturnian people, or Saturn in the first house, tends to actually suffer some type of health issues in the first 28 years of their life. And then after, by the second part of it, it's not necessarily typical. Saturn rules old age. And as a youngster, they always look older. However, when they get older, they start looking younger. Remember that the body, the soul is caged into a young body. But we're talking about an old soul, and Saturn is old. Great. I'm wondering how that statement fits the Capricorn moon, Capricorn sun, Capricorn rising people, especially rising and the moon people. Okay. So does it mean the same when Saturn transits a house and natal? I'm not sure, Lauren, if I understand your question. So if Saturn transits the first house, yes, it's something similar to the first house. I'm going to bring up an example shortly. Okay, so before we move on, shall I do that now or shall I do that later? Okay, so I'm going to do that now. 1 second. So we imagine, let's just not imagine, let's actually put it into action. So some of my students know this example already because I went through with them, but not looking at anything else apart from Saturn, okay? So Saturn is transiting Mercury, and actually I'm going to take it out so you can't see it. Let's just see Saturn there, because when Pluto, I'm not going to be able to take out Pluto. So Saturn is there, right, under Mercury. where does that Saturn come from? That's always very important. And that's your life theme. So this time around, you know, we were talking about the first house. And those might be your life theme. And when you have got a Saturn return, that means that, you know, the Saturn is returning to its natal position and it's going to be transiting your 9th house. But it doesn't mean that in the Saturn return chart, it's actually going to be in the same house. So I'd like you to go and then type in your chart Saturn return calculator, like that. And then just click on there. Oh, okay. I have never used that one. So here you go. So Saturn return calculator, and then just type in your date of birth. I don't have a like an account here. Don't necessarily like the drawings of the chart, so I don't necessarily use it. Okay, so type in your you know, your date of birth. Here you go, and then you're gonna be receiving a table here. Here you're gonna be able to see your birth chart, okay, and here you're gonna be able to see your first Saturn return chart. Okay, so if I click on there, which happened in my case at the age of 29, 2012, November 11th, and that's going to be 1322. So November 11th, so if you want, I can put that up in here for you. November, was it 11th? Anyway, that one day is not going to kill us. So here you go. That's when you have got a Saturn return happening. So this program is going to calculate it for you. Anyway, what you can do, click on the chart, return charts, and you receive your return charts. Okay? And what you are really interested in to start with, what's the rising sign? And that's Pisces. Right, and there is Chiron on the Pisces, on the rising sign, and so forth. You also want to see where Saturn is. Now you can go on extended settings there, because I don't use Placidus. I use whole sign house system, but it's up to you which one you want to be going with. I'm gonna take out the display of those things, because why not? And then let's redraw the chart. So I'm gonna have a Pisces rising sign, and Saturn is falling into the 9th house. It's a coincidence. It's not gonna happen for everyone that your rising sign is gonna be the same like the solar return. Sorry, the Saturn return. Okay, but this time around it is the same. And we're gonna have to go with a Scorpio sun. You know, all of a sudden I become a Scorpio, and all of a sudden Saturn gets amplified and so forth. So I'm gonna have to deal with 9th house themes in the next 28, 29 years of my life. And that somehow started at the age of 29. I can tell you straight away what happened there. Age of 29, I was at work, and I decided to study GCSE in England. However, I already had my degree in Hungary. But the reason why I did that, because I was teaching other students. I mean, I was teaching employees English and math. Some basic skills the government came up with. And also actually the restaurants received very good money for it. I mean, if the students finished the course and they had the exam as well, I received £1,000 after each student. Of course, not me, my restaurant, the restaurant I worked at, but obviously I was the restaurant manager, so I looked at it as my own restaurant. if that makes sense. Anyway, so overall, ninth house energies. What was I doing? I was teaching already. And that was the very first period when I really started like focusing on training. However, even working in restaurants, I had always looked after training. So I was always playing out that role. Now, I hope that makes sense, right? And now this is what we're going to discover, that where your natal Saturn is and where does your Saturn return Saturn go. And we're going to try to combine those two together. This time around, you know, we've got a ninth house energy and the ninth house energy in the natal chart as well, right? So it's a little bit easier to interpret. It's not always going to be the case. Maybe if you've got a ninth house and the fourth house, something around family, something about relocation, and so forth. So you do need to know your houses. You do need to be able to read them through. Now, I hope that answers your question. Yeah. Great. So that was for Lauren. So, yeah. Anna, if an health issue comes up during a Saturn return, by the second return, will it go away and get worse? I'm not too sure, Anna. The whole chart, really. Okay, so moving on. Here you go. So that was Saturn positions in the first. The next one, Saturn in the second house. So we're talking about the house of values, self-worth, and resources. Probably some of you might have heard that, okay, this is the house of money. But I do believe that money is actually a reflection of how you feel about yourself. And of course, therefore, we tend to believe that money is one of the most important things because it's a reflection of myself. Yes, it's known that if you've got money, probably you've got money for the doctor, you look better, you can have better, you know, clothing and so forth. Yeah, but money is not going to buy everything, for instance, love, right? And in many cases, what you see with second house Saturn here, that they are struggling to find love for themselves. So, or they somehow tie up having money with self-worth. Now, Saturn might be indicating of, I mean, the sun sign is going to be indicating of how you feel about that Saturn, sorry, the self-confidence issue. So what is triggering it? What could be the trigger? Maybe the ruler also gives you more information. Saturn here is going to talk about the ability to survive. And it's pretty much linked, of course, with your self-worth. So it can talk about survival issues. It can talk about that you are challenged or you were challenged, you know, to face, for instance, an authority figure or even facing parents. Or somehow with displacement, it can even seem that the money is hard to come by. But the real issue is not the money. The real issue is that you are not on the low road, what you should be on, and you are not using your own talents. So once you've learned to value yourself, and of course we're talking about through hard work, you know, you develop on those skills which you eventually figure out. The second house, you know, Saturn, in many cases, it indicates that you started working quite an early age. And that could be with the first house as well, actually. The first three houses could really indicate that. And you are programmed somehow because of family to be poor or to work hard for the money. Well, the parents kept telling you, no, you can't buy that, you know, it's very expensive, and it's very expensive, and you have to work for that, right? So it is somehow maybe programmed, especially by the parents, that you don't deserve it because you haven't worked for it. needs overwriting. The hurdles that will appear along the way, including, coming up against all sorts of difficult experiences and emotions, but the hurdle is that you're gonna have to grab an opportunity to develop a positive self-esteem. And you can do that by creating something which is gonna last long. And sometimes it might be something which is beyond your abilities. So the sign can tell you here what type of talent you might be having. The Saturn here might feel that, oh, it's out of my reach. I can't really achieve that. I'm not good enough. But Saturn here needs to think big. Go ahead and achieve what you desire. It's about proving the point that you are not a loser. And Saturn in the second house can have that feeling. I am a loser. And you are not. So couple of key words you can see written up there. This is what the Saturn needs to learn, needs to embrace in the second house. So Aniko says the second house here, we are in Sagittarius. So how do you feel about the second house? Where do you stand with your self-worth? How was that beforehand? I typed in my birthday on the website you suggested and I got free Saturn return chart. Could you explain why? I'm not too sure. Where is that free? How does that look like? Oh, here. So first Saturn return, second return, and third Saturn return. So the first Saturn return is something to do with your, or you talking about this age here. You're gonna have, I'm gonna explain that, you're gonna have a free Saturn return because Saturn is gonna have retrograde periods. So it's gonna move over your natal Saturn 3 times. It's gonna be touching 3 times and each of them might be suggesting something. So I had one, that's my natal birth, 1983, February 6th. I had my Saturn, obviously, the natal chart. February 18th, I had again Saturn somehow triggering my natal Saturn. And then October the 7th, again. But what you want to be focusing on now is the return chart, the first Saturn return chart. Okay, so in the meantime, if Aniko wants to share, for instance, something about her, Saturn in the second house, that might help. Judy, that's a good question. I use the natal place where I was born at. I don't use the relocated parts. Okay, so we're going to be moving on. We're going on to the third house. So we are in the third house, which is about your mind, your perception, curiosity, overall the communication. So it has so much to do with how you learn and what you are interested in, and basically the speed of your learning style, or just your learning style, your communication style. Also, it is your immediate environment, neighborhood, and so forth. So Saturn in this house, it says that you kind of have to become an authority in the arena of mind and perception and communication and whatever I listed. It is indicating that somehow you're going to have to learn to talk. And it doesn't mean that you don't know how to talk, but somehow you're going to have to learn how to raise your voice, how to become in control of your own speaking style. It means that you might just need more teaching, more learning. It might indicate that it takes a little bit longer for you to to embrace the knowledge. It does indicate that you're going to have to stand up against people who silenced you. Saturn actually in the third house could indicate speech impediment at a young age. However, it's not necessarily the case. And what does speech impediment means nowadays? You know, 40 years ago, kids started talking what, at around age 1. Nowadays, they might just start around age 2 and 3. So, you know, that's a different story. Saturn could really talk about here that you really want to have that sense of control over your senses, over your mind, basically. You have to learn how to become open to new ideas and experiences, and it might be a problem for the person. You're going to have to learn how to, for instance, with an Aries here, you might need to learn how to use the right words, because Aries is very expressive, and you know, Aries wants to come across as strong. So maybe Saturn is going to want Aries to slow down here, you know, choose the right words, because a fight is not going to take you anywhere. Maturity with Saturn in the third house involves allowing the mind to work at the speed it needs to work. You know, and then letting go any type of judgments. You know, such a person maybe think and pick up on things not quite as fast as other people would do. Maybe especially if it's you know, if it's a Capricorn, for instance, or even a Taurus third house cast. Taurus is a little bit slower. Probably the fixed energies might take a little bit of a time here. But then once Saturn develops that strong mental and intellectual energy, then they become very good at it. Great. So that's what Saturn in the third house talk about. Okay, my second return chart here has 2 direct charts and 1 retrograde. Yeah, and great. Fourth house. So Saturn in the fourth house is going to be talking about, you know, fourth house is going to talk about your home, your family, your heritage, something to do with your very private world of yours. It might be telling us a kind of the environment you were grown up. You know, it might be telling us information of what type of people you came across. And Saturn in this house brings probably challenges to develop something to do with, you know, to develop some type of competency or to understand relating to history and family and your emotions and your needs. Saturn has to learn here that life is not all about work. Saturn needs to figure out, you know, that who do I want to live together with? Am I with the right person? Why am I not owning my own property? Will I have my own property? Do I actually need my own property? Why am I emotionally detached from my beloved ones? Is it really because they hurt me, or is it really because I'm incapable of something? You know, there might be some type of people Saturn embodies in your family in the fourth house. Fourth house typically could talk about your dad, so it could really talk about some type of not the greatest connection with your dad, really. In a way, Saturn definitely needs to learn reality here, because I said that this is about your inner worlds, and the person tends to live somehow inside. So when Saturn's challenges in this house are not met, you know, especially with realism and discipline, there can be a feeling of overwhelm, and followed probably by some type of criticism as well. Either criticism from the father, or you can't do this because you are incapable, or I'm just starting to criticize myself. Saturn is the planet of burden, so emotionally, question is, why am I emotionally burdened? The problem is that if the person doesn't choose to deal with their emotions, their needs, because we're talking about your needs, then the life is just going to be kind of uncontrollable for them. And they're going to feel that, they received only hardship in this life. So I think Saturn needs to figure out their emotional and physical needs first. This is the number one I would go with. Saturn actually in the fourth house. I think Emil has got that right, as he mentioned such a thing. Could talk about that it takes them a little bit longer to grow up. It takes them a little bit longer to figure out what they really want to do in their life, because you know what, they've got a comfortable life in a way, but they can be the burden on the family also. The family wants the child to get out because they want to enjoy their retirement age also. So the fourth house person figuring out their emotional needs, but also caring about other people's emotional needs within the family is also important. I put there some questions which Saturn really wants to get an answer for. Will I have a children? Am I in the right relationship? Am I living with the right person? So Saturn return could really talk about that. So again, compare your natal Saturn with your Saturn return chart, right? And then if you've got Saturn in the fourth house, then look at how you can combine that energy with your natal Saturn placement. Maybe your natal Saturn is in the 11th house. So the 11th house Saturn needs to be combined with the fourth house Saturn. 11th house, long-term goals, family. Fourth house is family. So am I able to live with this person in the long run and be visible maybe in front of a large group of people? That's how you should put that together. Kate, if I move countries and I live there for, let's say, 2 decades before the next Saturn return, would the new location be the longitude and the latitude to input for the Saturn return chart, or still in? I use, Kate, the natal birth always. Because think about transits. This is how I usually explain transits. Transit is like a snail. The snail carries its home with it. You are a snail. You are carrying your home with it. You are carrying every single planet's energies with you, within you. So no matter where you escape, moving away from the place where you were born is an escapism. Obviously, you were not happy. So you're going somewhere else because you want to find happiness. Or that's where you find the happiness because you got married there and so forth. But your core personality is not changing. Your Saturn is still going to be in that 7th house in Pisces, for instance. So the astrology is like an imprint, like a time stamp on the body, and it gets circulated no matter where you go. Great. So I saw some comments. Let's have a look at those. Victor, you are bringing it all. Absent father, maybe. Absent father can be as well. Again, it depends on the sign. So, the limitation within the family could depend on the sign. So, maybe with Scorpio, fourth house cusp, the intimacy was missing in the family. With the Cancer, the cuddle was missing. You know, I didn't get my good night kiss. No one was telling me the story at night, right? Great. I know you use whole sign system. However, if using Placidus, if my Saturn is in the house that straddles two signs, do we use the sign, the house? So according to Placidus, I used to use Placidus as well. Either 3 or 5 degree before the next house cups, it belongs to the next house. So basically, if it's 12 house energy, because that's before angular energy. No, sorry, how is it again? So if it's in an angular house, then 5 degree to the next cusp, and if it's a not angular energy, then 3 degree, and then it belongs to the next cusp already. So it's not two areas which is going to be affected. I hope that makes sense. So one more time on that. So, what is going on? Sorry, here you go. So let's suppose that let's say this Pluto, and let's suppose it's in Placidus. Pluto would belong to the next house already because it's 3 degree away from the next house. Okay, within 3 degree. Now, if it's, let's say if it was before angular house, let's say 26 degree, it would belong to the next house because it's an angular. Okay? But I don't use Placidus for a very long time, so I'm not going to give tips and stuff like that on that, sure. Great. Okay, your Saturn has got 2 direct chart and 1 retrograde. Okay, the last 2 happens in 9. Does it mean I have 2 areas? Okay, so 2 direct chart and 1 retrograde. The first chart, Saturn, transit in 3rd house. The last 2 happens in 9th. Does it mean I have 2 areas aspect? We're going to come back on that and we're going to talk about it. But yes, basically you're going to be watching all of those. I had to endure living with the family, but I know I have to move out and live with the right people and care about these people. Good. Moving on, 5th house. Oh, wow, we're going to speed up on these houses a little bit because we're going to be staying here too long. 5th house. So with the 5th house energy, we're talking about the creative stuff. So you're going to have to figure out what your hobbies are, for instance, and then maybe turning that hobby into a profession. You might be interested in, for instance, becoming an actor. Then it means that you should go to a drama circle and then do that. So it's all about following the heart's dream, right? What we need to learn with the 5th house energy. We need to figure out how we are blocked here by our creativity. Saturn in the 5th house is a statement that maturity and discipline in someone's lives comes to the arena of play, fun, and creative expression. So why are you not able to have fun? Why are you not playful? What exactly happened in your childhood? That's also something we're going to have to figure that out. And of course, because Saturn talks about the limitation, so, and 5th house, for instance, talks about audience. How are you limited in front of an audience? Why don't you want to be applauded, for instance? Here, definitely you need to, again, develop that competency, right? Anything to do with your creativity. So don't be afraid of writing, starting to write your own novel. Now, 5th house have got the tendency to become obsessed or tempted by things, because we're talking about the fun and entertainment, and what happens in the entertainment business. So the question we're going to have to ask here, with Saturn being there, whether you are able to develop a normal relationship with yourself or not. Who am I? What defines me? Do I have any addictive behavior, or am I actually feeding my creative self? Yeah, actually, you know what? You might have read somewhere that Saturn in the fifth house, people not gonna be able to have children, or it's gonna be hard for them to conceive, or not being able to conceive. You know, there could be a difficulty here. Yes, there could be, but Saturn is inviting you in a way to increase your um, your creative self when it comes to sexuality. Fifth house rules your sex. So fifth house might indicate here, with Saturn being there, that you are creatively blocked when it comes to sexuality. I've got a friend of mine, we were laughing about this a few days ago. She texted me something. Well, what did she say? That, oh, um, what's your opinion about Aquarius? And I was like, you are pregnant. And she was like, how do you know? I said, I don't know. You are pregnant, aren't you? She's got Saturn in the fifth house. That's going to be the second baby. And in both cases, they got pregnant because they put pillow under her and all these type of tricks to be able to get pregnant, because it wasn't always easy. They always had to play around for a few months. But, and I'm not going to talk about her childhood story, which was a little bit horrendous, but it is kind of caused a psychological block, which can be really much rooted somewhere in your childhood. And you know what? Saturn might not allow you to conceive quick enough, is because they want you to express your creativity first. So, maybe that writing, maybe that acting, whatever the sign is going to talk about what type of creativity we might be talking about. Okay? Any questions on Saturn in the fifth? Swati, you've got Saturn in the fifth, right? No? Oh, no, you've got 11th, I think. Yeah, 11th. Yeah, remembered. Great. Sixth house, Saturn in the sixth. So, sixth house, what does it represent? I mean, what does it represent? Yeah, it's going to be talking about any type of things we serve. It includes any situations where you are giving a service to someone, and it maybe makes a difference around you as well as in the universe, I mean in the world. This is the house of unequal relationships. Now, unequal relationships, because it used to describe slaves. And obviously they were a lot lower hierarchy on the hierarchy ladder than people who were royalties and so forth. So this is the house actually where you're gonna learn the truth about how good you are at the field, what you choose to do, and how much you are capable of gaining opportunities in your life. Basically, it talks about humility as well as how humble you can be, and getting your answers to certain type of questions, as well as how patient you become to master your skills. Listen, Saturn in the sixth house, you might not become a royalty, but you can be one of the best ones at your fields. Somehow you are here to make a better place, or you are meant to be serving someone else so that they feel better about themselves. No, I can tell you, my one of my best friends, she's got Saturn in the sixth house. Saturn rules her midheaven, and Saturn is in Libra. Now, she is a like a dentist practitioner who fixes smiles. Well, that's kind of no problem. Saturn rules teeth. It rules the midheaven. So, in her case, so obviously she's going to choose some Saturnian thing. And it's in the sign of Libra, and Libra loves beauty, right? So, and if she had a Saturn return, for instance, happening in the seventh house, maybe the sixth and the seventh house together talks about choose between your work and your partner. By the way, that was the case when she had her Saturn return. They were working together with the partner. They got to know each other there. After 10 years, 8 years, it didn't work anymore. So she had to choose, and then basically she left both of them behind. Sixth house is all about finding that role model for yourself, a mentor, and then specialize in any type of field. So this is the craft shift, I think the word. Anyway, this is a house where you're gonna have to specialize in something. It's time to define the craft, which defines you. And that might be a challenge for you. And for instance, maybe these people could be quite a great vocational type of coaches or helpers, especially let's say if it's a Capricorn or even a Saturnian, an Aquarian sixth house cusp. Why? Because the Aquarius sixth house Saturn is going to be able to give ideas, and then eventually they might figure out themselves who they are. Also, Saturn here can become a teacher or a mentor for others, in particularly in the subject of what the sign shows here. So the question with the sixth house Saturn, how can you make the world a better place? That's what you're going to have to get to. Okay, we're going to jump onto seventh house. Yeah, doctors can have sixth house, sure, yeah, sure, and veterans. Saturn in the sixth house, veterans as well. Very, very typical. Okay, that's a good question. Kate is asking if there could be any implication on health being in the sixth house. Oh, yes, sure. Of course, we're talking about the sixth house here and Saturn restricting your health. Unfortunately, again, it means that you are not on the right career road. You hate your job. You're making yourself sick so that you can come out of it. This is one of the ways how you can go about it, unfortunately. Also have a look at what Saturn rules in your chart. And maybe you are trying to escape from those areas of life somehow. Great. So let's see one more comment. So Tveti says, my daughter has Saturn in the sixth house in Libra, too young to know how it's going to develop. The square resulted in her being very sick for 3 months. She hated a schoolmate and could not let go. Yes, exactly what Sveti is describing here is how the health issue comes into the picture. They hate that area where they are at. Because remember, the sixth house is just one before you go to the world. And there's the seventh house. So it's the sixth house is what happens just before you step outside. Seventh house. Great. Moving on. Seventh house. So seventh house, we're talking about partnership here. We're talking about fairness, equality, harmony, balance, the interpersonal type of connections, relationships, partnerships, and so forth. So the person needs to learn about all those. We need to learn from other people. you know. In the first house, we might need to learn how to share. Here, we need to learn how to learn from others, basically. Saturn in the seventh house says that that discipline, that maturity in your life is going to come once you learned how to integrate relationships in your life. Maybe an older person is going to pop into your life. Saturn can describe here the qualities of the person, so characteristics and so forth. But the person is going to definitely come into your life to teach you discipline. They might be playing an authority figure, or they're going to be playing the more mature type of energy over you because you're just not performing it. And then, of course, unfortunately, Saturn in the seventh house can go wrong, and then the relationship might be struggling, or it's your fault as well. And probably because you might not have taken things seriously, or you might not have listened to your partner. A sign is going to show you what you might be doing wrong. Gemini, not listening. Cancer, didn't care about the partner, right? Aries, you didn't fight for the partner or together with the partner, and so forth. Also, Saturn could indicate here that you need to become an authority over fairness. So become a judge, maybe. That's one of the ways how you can play out Saturn. You're gonna take control over some type of fairness, liberty type of energies, or maybe somehow over relationships as well. Especially maybe if it's a Libra or anything to do with air signs. Seventh house Saturn might have got issues to commit. They might be late bloomers. So questions I put there as well. I try to put small questions like answers really, so that it makes you think. But how can I take responsibility for things? What has happened in my relationship? You know, where did I go wrong? Basically, that's the question. Don't just blame. The Jupiterian people tend to blame. Jupiter was the index finger. Okay, so and what do you do with your index finger? You point in at things. So imagine, for instance, a Sagittarius 7 house cusp with Saturn in there. They're gonna blame the other. What am I afraid of in relationships? So we're gonna have to learn some type of intimacy here. We're gonna have to learn, a Capricorn, for instance, 7th house cusp, need to learn how to bow in front of the partner. Great. Yeah. Let's see if someone had anything to mention. It really is halanging. I don't know, Una, what that means. Many years now with Pluto, Saturn, South Node, Mars in the 6th. This has been extremely tough on my body. Una, it means that you are not on the right road. So let's change that road. Maybe a career change. Or, you know, Saturn is showing some type of escapism here, as I said. So you're going to have to look at what the Saturn rules in your chart. Of course, it's going to be ruling this time around the 6th and the 7th, I guess. The exact timing of birth for Saturn placement, you know, it depends. Sometimes 1 or 2 hours. So I'll give you an example. So because Saturn spends 2.5, 3 years in one sign, so it's not a biggie. It's the rising sign which changes. So when it comes to, let's say, my chart, can you see that my rising sign is on 0002? So if I was born 10 seconds, 15 seconds earlier, then I might have got an Aquarius rising. So in that case, if my rising sign is changing, the Saturn position is going to be changing as well. However, if I've got rising sign on 15 degree, which takes 1 to 2 hours, depending on the sign, then you know what? You can have a mistake with 30 minutes as well, and then it's still putting your Saturn into the right position. Okay? Uh, um, so basically the house position depends on the rising sign. The sign position, oh, you need to make a mistake with 2-3 years, you know. Saturn is spending too much time in there. Una, okay, thank you, Victor. Is it that easy? Oh yes, that's that very easy, yeah. I'm happy that you find it easy. So you're gonna find a solution from tomorrow onwards. Okay, moving on, we're gonna go into 8th house. And we're gonna be experiencing similar things like in the 7th. And the reason being is because we're talking about intimacy. We're talking about digging deep, but this is the soulmate connection house. We're talking about a house where you really want to connect to your partner on a deep level. I call this house as the house of nakedness. So, but I'm not talking about the physical nakedness. I'm talking about the mental nakedness and the evolutionary nakedness of yourself. So the question here is going to be, why are you scared to become naked in front of your partner? And that's what you need to get an answer for. You know, why also 8th house talks about mortality. So anything to do with death, right? So Saturn in the 8th house says that all the type of maturity and discipline and stuff like that, what we talked about, is going to come when you start trusting yourself, when you start trusting others, when you are able to open up for others. And of course, Saturn, what type of people is it going to bring to your plate? People you can't trust. So somewhere you lost the trust. How are you going to get back to it? Probably you lost that trust around the first 28 years of your life. Does that mean you're never going to give chance, you know, to anyone else? The sign is going to show you who you lost the trust in. Is that the mom, if it's Cancer? Is that, I don't know, Aquarius, a friend of yours? Is that Leo, your own child? Right? So why are you afraid of betrayal? Who betrayed you? Who is going to betray you, actually, at the first Saturn return also? If you haven't managed to work these energies through. Also, why are you afraid of mortality? How do you feel about life and death? Is there any difference between those two? This is exactly what you're going to have to ask yourself. Are you actually differentiating life and death, or you sometimes really think about it would be better if you were dead? And that could be the question to the 2nd house as well, by the way. We're talking about polarity here. So the remedy, because I kind of mention remedies here all the time, is to trust others. You have to make that choice to open to another and be seen as who you are. Go and be naked. You know, that's the key with the Saturn in the 8th house. Easy position? Oh no, not at all. Okay, and be naked in front of your partner. Now we're talking about Saturn, which is kind of representing your body as well. So maybe Saturn in the 8th house is that, why are you feeling blocked in sexual matters? What are you dissatisfied with? You know, especially if it's Scorpio or something to do with water signs on the house cusp. Right? Yes. Great. So Kate says, Scorpio, open to yourself, naked in. Well, Kate, if you need to open to yourself, that's another dimension here. I mean, you know, we are all aware of our problems. We are just not, you know, we are just not facing the truth. So I feel like, yeah, maybe being naked to yourself, but also being naked to others, and especially others, because we're talking about the soulmate connection. Of course, if you're not able to, yeah, so we are talking about soulmate connection with the eighth house. Swati says, I have my Saturn written in eighth, conjunct Sun and Mercury retro in Virgo. Now that explains why I have been so freaked out about death and showing up in front of others. Well, here you go. Um, I'm going to talk about that a little bit more because obviously we've got the shadow period as well. But yeah, we're going to dig into a little bit deeper on that as well. Great. Let's move on. Ninth house. So, and that's my Saturn here. So I'm not going to talk about it that much. But what does the ninth house talk about? So it's all about seeking the truth. Religion, philosophy, higher education, all those type of things. Astrology belong here. But the main one is the meaning to life and seeking the truth. And we need to learn here to stretch the mind. Okay, you need to learn that. You need to reach out maybe to an alternative world. Maybe you need to be more open-minded towards some spiritual things. Maybe you just need to, you know what, move to a different country and experience different cultures, because that is going to be eye-opening for you. There is going to be a completely new experience, and you're going to meet people outside your own norm, right? Saturn in the ninth house says that all that maturity, discipline, as I said, it rules talent. And in a way, you know what? Saturn is a planet to a key to your happiness. It's gonna come around when you start exploring things. When you're gonna start exploring what is true and what's not. Um, you know, and what exploration is practical, or what exploration is worth it. Can I use that? You know, these are going to be the questions here. Yes, at the beginning you might have got breaks on your studies, or being able to explore your imaginations. You know what? When I started astrology, I must say, I felt like I'm an idiot. I had, you know, I was hard. But then, of course, I had to realize that, you know, I didn't have the greatest start with it, because I didn't have the greatest teacher. To very start with, well, the third teacher wasn't that great. Anyway, you know, so I had all my own limitations, and then eventually I moved to a different country to get that knowledge what I was craving for. However, that wasn't my intention. And and I still hate Hungarian astrology, I must tell you. And I'm going to tell you why. Because Hungarian astrologers keeping the knowledge to themselves. They don't want to share anything. I mean, I went to a lecture a couple of months ago. Oh my days, the worst lecture ever of my life. And I would be ashamed if you guys told me that I'm not giving you a single piece of information you can utilize. But I came away like that. It was terrible. We were meant to be talking about death in the chart, but I did not get an answer. And that is, you know, Saturn is the moral compass, and I've got that in the ninth house. So the moral code can be extremely high, or it can be very restricted. Sometimes the imagination here can be flatlining as well. I mean, we're talking about your universal goals here. And I'm not just talking about like the knowledge-wise. Think about it, university and universe, how close those words are, you know, and it's all about the unreachable, but still reachable, but only for certain people. So why does astrology belongs to the 9th house? Because not everyone can reach that. It's not for everyone. So when it comes to astrology, you need to have a 9th house indication in your chart or some type of Sagittarius, but that's my opinion though. Okay, Saturn here can limit the sense of expansiveness, like not the price expanding type of energy I'm trying to talk about, right? So you might feel limited that you can't expand, and you have to overcome that. Questions you might be asking yourself: am I living at the wrong place? What is your own truth? And is it really important to have your is it really important for you to have your university degree, or you know, you can come away from that restriction? Saturn in the 9th house always creates some type of belief systems, limiting belief systems. Saturn limits 9th house belief system. In my case, it's Scorpio, around intimacy. So I'm going to show you just a couple of things how to work with this, because we're getting closer to the houses. So I know you are eager to understand your chart a little bit better. So what does Saturn mean in the natal chart? Restriction, limitation. Where? Belief system, 9th house. So this person has got a limited belief system. How? That's the sign, which is going to be Scorpio. So I've got a limited belief system around intimacy. How to be naked in front of others, like we said. Is it on the physical level, or is it on the emotional level? We don't know that yet. How will you know that? By looking at the aspects. I'm going to tell you that my Saturn, might be easier from here. My Saturn is, can you hear me, guys? Can you just drop in yes or no? Hello? Sveti, can you hear me? It's up now, okay. Because yeah, it was telling me that, now yes, okay. It was telling me that I had a little bit of a connection issue. So once again, what does Saturn mean? Limits. So limited belief system, 9th house. What area of life? Sorry, how? Scorpio. What is Scorpio about? Intimacy. Being naked. Whether it's an emotional nakedness or, you know, physical one, that's a different story. So have a look at the aspects. And the aspects are going to be maybe helping you to narrow that down. Well, Saturn only has got aspect to Venus. In my chart, don't look at the others. There's Neptune, nothing. I only use sign-based aspects. I don't use out of sign. So Neptune is not, Pluto is not a conjunction either. And what does Venus talk about in the 1st house? Self-love, body. So this person has got limited belief system about their body. And that is causing problems in the 11th house matters, maybe 12th house matters, and of course 9th house matters. Okay, so when it comes to your age 28, 29, okay, you're gonna have to have a look at where the where the Saturn is, because maybe if it's in the 6th house, it's gonna appear in health wise. Maybe if it's in the 7th house, it's gonna appear in relationship. Maybe it's gonna appear in your sexuality if it's in the 8th house, and so forth. I'm hoping you get the gist how to bring that together. Una, you raising your hands? Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I was just looking at your natal chart here, and thought about the issue with the weight. Venus, Saturn, and
Yeah.
Venus in the 1st house. So when it's returning, of course, again in the Scorpio. But what house will it be for you next time? That's a long time.
Well, I don't know that, but this time around, when I had my Saturn return, it was also in the 9th house. So the
Okay.
self-worth and my belief system over my weight. Oh, I lost plenty of weight at that time, and I looked actually bloody sexy, I must say. So I was very good.
Wow.
Of course,
Congratulations.
I've got a
And
Saturn.
how was the relation or aspect with the Venus?
Oh, it was a sextile.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you. So
Mm-hmm.
so because in my case it was easier because the return happened also in the 9th house. That's not always going to be the case, and that's not going to be easy. But have a look at the aspects. That's going to give you more information, right? And this time around, it's definitely self-worth. Venus talks about self-worth, right? So that's going to be the question here, which we're going to have to work with, and that's the person's problem. Great. Moving on. Any questions on that? Anyone? Oh, great. So moving on to the 10th house. Anyone has got Saturn in the 9th at all? Or maybe then 10th house. Let's have a look. So what is 10th house? Well, we're going to talk about your public life. Okay, so Deborah and Rosalie, how do you relate to that 9th house energy? I would love to know that. So Judy is asking, if I have a friend who is Saturn 29-degree Leo in the 9th house, he always complains about where he lives and says he would too old to move. Would I reference Virgo as well? How would you work with this? So first of all, you never reference Virgo. A planet is still on 29-degree. Okay. You can reference to the next house if you use Placidus, but never the sign. It has got a reason why that Saturn is still 29-degree. Okay. Secondly, Saturn, Leo. So you're going to have to think about what Saturn means in Leo. By the way, all these are talking about the signs as well, what I put up for you, right? So Saturn in the 10th house is also Saturn in Capricorn in the 10th sign. So I'm not going to talk about each sign separately. So what is Saturn in the 10th house? Sorry, in the 9th house in Leo. So again, I've got limitation around my belief system. And Leo, what is Leo? Leo gonna be all about creativity, self-expression. It's gonna talk about sexuality. It's going to talk about fun, entertainment. So, or who would I have fun with? You know, those are the type of questions. So why those Leo traits are getting blocked? Because that's where the person has got limitations about. And that's something to do with fun, entertainment. That's something to do with how I can express myself. So does the person speak languages? Maybe the problem is that, oh, I don't speak any language. You know, no one is going to understand my jokes, for instance. Because Leo likes joking around. Leo loves, you know, Leo wants to come across as a funny person. You know, maybe the limitations around those. I'm never going to be able to learn a language so that I can express my jokes. Of course, have a look at the closest aspect, that's Saturn, and that's going to be again talking about more in depth. Okay, Judy. So I hope the example again also helps how to see some of the challenges. Okay, Saturn in the 10th house. So, you know, now you are outside because you are not at home anymore. Basically, you are outside somebody in the public life, right? The opposite sign from the opposite house from the 4th. So it has something to do with work, career, social status. And to be honest, these are not necessarily my favorite words to the 10th house. I think it's more important to mention the achievement. This is the house what I want to achieve with. I mean, I want to achieve with. This is the house where I show up because I've got an intention to do something. That is the reason why I usually say that, you know, there is no person in the world who shows up to work, who shows up work to do a bad job. Obviously, Saturn in the 10th house might indicate some type of circumstances why you're not necessarily doing the greatest job. We're talking about the way how you want to show up in the world, and that's 10th house. So the statement, let's just make the Saturnian statement here. The person needs to learn to develop maturity and discipline in the role chosen in your community and in the world. That is what Saturn is going to define you. And this could be our statement sentence. Maybe Sweaty writes it down and then I can put it on the slides if I forget. So one more time, you know, the Saturn statement, and then you can replace it with any type of you know, houses and so forth, especially houses. The person needs to learn to develop maturity and discipline in the role of something. And 10th house is going to talk about the chosen career, the community you belong to. Okay, and that's going to be the key to success as well. You know, and the sign, of course, is again going to talk to you about what ways you can do that, what type of qualities to embrace. It's all about respecting the community, and it's all about being respected by the community also, right? If you want to make shortcuts, oh, that's not going to work with Saturn in the 10th house. So Saturn is like enjoying the process the whole way. Enjoying all the misery, all the tears, all the hard work, all the backaches, and all those type of things. And eventually, all the big, juicy, big red apple is coming, and then you can have a huge bite of it. Okay? So Saturn is going to ask you the question, who the heck do you want to become in the 10th house? Take a sharp definition about your career and then let's go and push it. You are here to make an impact on others, on a personal and on a professional level as well. And show the world that you are responsible, you are caring, and so forth. Saturn in the 10th house are very good bosses. Very good bosses. Great. let's see, Robin, I also have Saturn in 10th and is part of a stellium. Is Saturn more intense? Stellium is always going to be very intense. I wouldn't say Saturn is going to be more intense. The whole sign and the house is going to become more intense. So you're going to experience the, let's say, the Pisces energies a lot more with the negatives and the positives, for instance, if it's Pisces. And you're going to be experiencing also, of course, the house position a lot more as well. Okay, so am I referring to, I'm referring to both. Remember, the transiting Saturn is going to be ending up in the same house in your natal chart, right? But when we erect the solar return chart, that's going to fall into a different house than natally. So I'm going to bring up an example once we finish the houses. 11th house. So we've got Saturn in the 11th. What is 11th house? How you envision the world, the future. It's a very futuristic house. So basically your hopes, your dreams, your wishes, how you want to live, how you identify yourself with work, what you do in order for you to basically achieve the best possible version of yourself. Again, pretty much of an 11th house energy. Talks about your networkings and group activities and group associations and how are you going to create those. Because you are not alone, you don't need to see things alone. So the statement here with Saturn is to develop that maturity and discipline through identifying your allies. 11th house talks about your benefactors, the people who want to support you. And how you're going to be working on a common cause. 11th house. But first of all, you're going to have to figure out what your goals are. So you need to go real about them, you know. And then, as we usually say with Saturn, put the energy, time, and effort in it. So, you know, with Saturn in the 11th house, question, are you actually hanging out with a bunch of losers, or do you actually belong to the right group of people? You're going to have to see that, especially around your Saturn return. Probably you're going to lose some friends who does not serve you. Don't go upset about it. Don't get upset about it. You had to lose those people. Okay. Next question. Am I working towards my long-term goals, or am I just, you know, being on the beach and then, you know, just having the time of my life? That's not going to work around Saturn return. You're going to get a big kick ass. You know, let's say in your solar return chart, Saturn return chart, Saturn is in the 6th house. You might get sick. 11 and sick. You're not working towards your long-term goals. Okay, I'm going to make you sick. So we're talking about your achievements. We're talking about appearing in front of others, choosing the right people to work with, and respect those people, but have those boundaries as well with them, right? So be clear about it, what your intentions are, what the group is all about, and then let's stick to the rules. Let's not go away from them. And you know, it again depends on the sign, what type of goals you set in or how adventurous you are. Sagittarius, you know, tends to go overboard. Gemini wants to speak in front of others, and so forth. So with the sign placement, you can figure out what is happening. Maybe with the Virgo Saturn, you know, again, you have to belong to that group of people, right? But are you really scrutinizing yourself? Or don't scrutinize yourself. Virgo is going to be all about spotting patterns, right? Virgo is all about making those dots connected somehow. That's what Virgo is about. And specializing in a field, Virgo. So and if it's, for instance, I don't know, Scorpio, because that's quite, usual for our mid-age, like 30s, 40s people. Anyway, Scorpio, again, somehow on an intimate level. So, or it's all about the research. So maybe it's a research group Saturn needs to create here. And what is Scorpio about? Healing. So Saturn needs to learn how to heal a large group of people. So basically working with minorities, because I'm healing a large group of people, right? Saturn, I mean, I don't want to go racist and seriously, nothing to do with racism, but Saturn in the 11th house maybe needs to create a Black community, okay, and working to give them voice, especially if Saturn has got a connection to Mercury or Mars as well, which is pioneering. Okay, great. Swati, here I come. I totally got away from my crowd on my Saturn return, like stopped hanging out entirely with a group of 20 people. Wow, I realized we don't share same long-term goals. Yes, I have been crying about having to leave them a lot. Okay, well, now knowing knowing your Saturn mission a little bit more. Yeah, knowing your Saturn mission a little bit more, so at the end, work with it. It's never too late. You started a little bit later, and I might be able to explain shortly why that is. Great. Kate says, do the lessons from the Saturn return last until the next Saturn return, or just for the 3-year period? Oh, I'm going to answer that. It's not just for the 3-year period, unfortunately. It might last till the next one, but it depends how you take those lessons. We're going to go through, we're going to move on anyway, and then you're going to see how it works out. 12th house. And the last but not least, exciting. So everyone got their information to start with. But 12th house, what is 12th house about? It's about surrender. It's about losing the control over the ego, losing the control over the sense of self. It is the place where you're going to be connecting with other realities, other dimensions, different levels of consciousness. You're going to hear meanings to 12 house, that is the house of trouble and secret enemies. I think this is the house of unreachable, because to explore this house fully is impossible. In a way of, to fully reach the universe. It's just impossible, right? We are not able to. We have tried with planes. We have tried with, rockets and so forth. We still struggle. All those are 12 hours. And the universe is, it has no end, right? So Saturn in the 12th house, they need to develop that maturity and discipline through maybe standing up for underprivileged people, maybe working against some type of obsessions in a way of which is classified as your own weaknesses. So in Saturn, you're going to have to face your weaknesses, basically. What are you afraid of? What your weaknesses are? Is that smoking? Is that you've got the challenge that one leg is missing or one finger is missing? How am I going to overcome that? How am I going to stop licking my own wounds and then make something out of my life? Okay, you have to become a master of being able to let go. The sign is going to tell you what ways to do that, as well as what you have to let go of. Saturn might be asking so many questions here, like, how does that work? And you know what? Ask it. Saturn says, be in connection with the universe. You know, ask universe how things working out. Yeah. Yes, time to get serious about your spiritual life. When are you going to connect to your spiritual stuff? 12th house was anything to do with fasting, silence, celibacy. So with this 12th house Saturn, you might do all of those. Oh, well, Saturn has entered my 12th house 4 or 5 months ago, which I find extremely interesting, by the way, by transits. And yeah, basically, well, my Saturn is very intimate, and I'm gonna be private now. Well, I haven't had sex for a very long time. And 12th house, it's all about celibacy, fasting. I started my diet when Saturn went into my 12th house because I was like, let's face my weaknesses. That's what happened. Saturn went back to Capricorn now, and I have already given up on it. So I started last week again, and then I'm forcing myself. But it's not easy. It's not easy. So yeah. So but anyway, I found out different ways to do that. But that comes a lot later. I'm gonna tell you that story one day. Okay, so Saturn might want you to deny something in the 12th house, but also you need to know that you don't need to deny everything. Actually, you don't need to deny anything. Saturn says moderation, portion control, and so forth, and you are fine. And become serious about it. I help you on the road. So become spiritually an authority. That's your goal in the 12th house. I'm not scared of my 12th house anymore. Saturn is going to go on to my sun in the 12th house sometime in a couple of years' time. I think that's going to be an exciting period, and I think I'm going to be recognized for the work I do in the astrology community. I mean, that's how I decided things going to work out. So I'm hoping so. Great. So all these are about the houses. Great. Let's see. I saw interesting connected to the upper world. I am always for the underdog. I did write one book. Now I need to write another. Very good. By the way, Saturn in the 9th house needs to write book as well, just for the reference, if someone wants to. Absolutely, Saturn return was in 8th. I'm accepting being naked through spiritual work, natal 12. Very good, Kate. Happy to hear. 8th and 12th house, all about plenty of people mixing up the meaning of those. They don't know what it means. I'm going to make, I think, one day a webinar on those two houses anyway, just separately, 8th and 12th. Stop licking your own wounds, help others. That's the key. Once you master that, no 8th house and 12th house issues anymore. My first return in 11th. Can you hear me? I hope so. I was cutting out. Yeah, I saw that now. Can you hear me now? Can you pop in the box? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, hello, hello.
It's still cutting out a bit.
It's still cutting out a bit. Okay, so can you hear me now? Sati, can you hear me?
Not really.
Really? Why is that?
Now I can hear you. Now I can hear you. Now I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
But it's cutting out a bit. Yeah.
Okay, so I might be just moving. The slides are coming back on. I just need to reshare the screen. Yeah.
Now it's great, the voice. Now
brilliant, thank you. I don't know, it happens just for a couple of minutes and then everything goes fine. I hate internet. Oh, well, internet is ruled by 11th and I've got Capricorn there, so I need to make a peace with internet somehow. Good, not just being angry about it. Yeah, so here is the chat box. Let's see what is happening there. Now so much better, thank you. Left my tribe from upbringing for my husband's crowd. This is great. Okay, so yeah, that's where I was.
Cutting out again.
Okay, 1 second. Getting angry. 1 sec. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, I'm moving out of the room now because there is a storm coming up. I think that's the problem actually. Okay, so I'm moved out. I'm next to the router this time around. 2 seconds. Great, yes. Okay, so Judy says, how does the progress Saturn influence us compared to our natal chart and transits? What about the progress Saturn transits the natal chart? Okay, we're not going to talk about progression today, but the progress Saturn almost does not affect you at all. And the reason being is because Saturn is so slow that it hardly even moves, in your chart. So to show you an example on that, I hope you guys can hear me very well, by the way. Sophie, can you hear me very well?
Yes, perfect.
Brilliant. Thank you. So if I go here and then I'm going to be clicking on progression, right? Let's say 2012. Here you go. Can you see that Saturn, after like 30 years, it's still right on top of Saturn? And Saturn is on 3°58 and 4°24. It has not moved. What I recommend doing though, have a look if it ever goes retrograde or direct by progression. That's the only thing which counts. Or if it changes sign, nothing else. Okay, so moving on. Here you go. Okay, so we're not going to go through the Saturn in signs, as I said, because those house positions are going to be giving you some type of information. So the house is going to be always showing you life event circumstances, and the sign going to talk about how things are happening. Wow, I gave you a very unrecognizable word there. How and the lenses. So basically, it's type of like adjectives, really. The methods, the motivation of an energy within you. So the sign in which Saturn is found in your chart tells us of what this part of you seeks, how this part of you seeks that expression. So I showed you already an example on that. So what I would like to do now, I'm more than willing to have a look at one example. So whoever is popping their date of birth into the chat box first, we're going to have a look at that, but only one example we've got time for. So drop it in the chat box. I think in the meantime, I just broke my, okay, and why is it not working now? I think I broke my this microphone. Oh, not my day. Okay, no problem. So I hope you guys in the meantime popped in some date of birth. Well, the first one is gonna be Anna. Oh, sorry, I can't do anything with that. There is no date. Lauren, no date. So it looks like Una is the very first one I can have a look at. So I think Una, I've got your chart as well. So Okay, so what we're going to do here is just an example of what exactly happens and what we should be doing. So far, what we learned. We're looking at Saturn, and we see that Saturn is in the 11th house, right? And it's in the sign of Gemini. So as we said, the house position is going to be showing the area of life where I need to be making those adjustments in order for us to find happiness, as well as to be able to, remove some of the limitations what Saturn might be causing there. So Saturn is in the 11th house. Going back to the slide, so you've got a little bit of a reminder. It's going to be all about how am I going to be influencing a large group of people. Okay, that's going to be one of the questions. Am I together with a bunch of losers, or actually am I influencing people the way I want to, right? Am I actually working towards my long-term goals, or living my life on a day-to-day basis, and then happens whatever happens tomorrow? Okay, so these are always going to be the main questions with Saturn in there. The next step you're going to be taking into account that it's in Gemini. So what is Gemini? Gemini is basically a sign of opening to and gathering new information, and you want to get closer and closer to truth. You know, Gemini should be seeing the world as full of possibilities. Gemini is the sign of curiosity. So go and then learn new skills and eventually become a master of it. And then present that in front of a large group of people, right? Gemini is all about processing the information, gathering that data, gathering the information, value in those information, and then sharing that immediately with others. So maybe Una needs to learn whatever for instance, I'm sharing with her now, to integrate that into other people's life. Maybe she should be doing a similar webinar on Saturn and mastering those skills, obviously, and becoming a presenter in front of others. And the question Saturn is going to ask you, what is holding you back from doing this? You know, because there is this thing which, how to say this? So somehow she's attracted for it, surely. But on the other hand, she's scared to do that. And the question is going to be why, right? So we've got a taskmaster here, Saturn. And obviously, it's always about limitation. And it is limiting some type of new information. Maybe the information actually doesn't get to her that quick. Or maybe she feels that she's always the last one who gets to know things. You know, Saturn definitely doesn't want thing here when it feels a wasting time. So maybe we have to ask the question from Una, why do you study astrology if you don't use it, right? For instance, that could be one way to go about. What's the point in studying, I don't know, to become a footballer if you're never going to play football? So let's not waste our time. Saturn doesn't want to allow that here. Saturn is going to command curiosity, openness here, development. She needs to learn to speak up for herself. She needs to learn how to open the mouth, shape and form those words. And can you see Mars there? Mars is joining to the group, pioneering a large group of people. Somehow, maybe she should be teaching languages, Gemini, or just pioneering a large group of people. Come on, let's stand up, right? When it's beautifully sextile in her midheaven anyway, alongside with Mars. So she needs a teaching job, 9th house, but teaching people to become like long distance runners, Saturn and Mars together. Teaching people to never give up. The question is, Has she given up on her long-term goals? Is she giving up on anything? You know, because then don't expect things to turn around. Mars rules the sun. So are you living your life purpose? If not, then, you know, then why would I give you a gift? Who is Saturn in your life? These are the questions you're going to have to ask. Which friend of yours is telling you the truth and you don't like it? Which benefactor is telling you that and you don't want to listen, or you are not, you feel that you are not listened to, but actually you are the one who doesn't listen. Okay, so this is some of the ways how you go about the Saturn energy. Okay, and looking at what type of phase she is in, well, she's 48 years old. So we haven't spoken about that phase yet, but you're going to integrate the phase into the picture. 7 years later, so of course 29 to 36, she's going to have a square from Virgo. So definitely around 36, 37, her self-worth was questioned around those topics what I've mentioned. Right, and 7 years later, and it's going to be an opposition here this time around, it's going to be questioning her, again, those topics, what we discussed, or even more, you know, I'm sure I haven't mentioned everything and I haven't looked at every single aspect to it. But the fifth house energy is going to be jumping into the picture, which is all about, you know, creativity, self-expression, me standing up for myself, even teaching, Sagittarius. Great. And we're going to have to see those abilities within us, what we are not seeing at the moment. Well, that was around the, oh, sorry, that was around the age of 43-ish, right? So she is 48. So now she is on that nakedness part, 8th house, Pisces. That she is coming up to. Which we're going to be talking about shortly when we get there. Great. Any questions at all? And also Una can type in some of her feelings, of course, in the chat box as well. Now, I don't understand why oh, because of here, yeah. Great. So use mine. Well, as I said, you know, if I just, so yeah, so I used already Una's, sorry. Una, any comment on that? Or you can even raise your hand and then share it with the group if you want to. Sveti, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not me then. Okay.
No.
Great, I'm paranoid.
I will tell you if I can't hear you. Don't worry.
Okay, so Saturn in Scorpio gets paranoid sometimes. Okay, great. Moving on. Then Luna wasn't talking to us now. Great. I hope that makes sense. So the next stage after your first Saturn return is going to be around the age 36 and 37. Now, I'm not going to go into these very deeply because somehow the cycles are always going to be like repeating itself. Of course, we are back to the first cycle where you kind of got reborn, right? So we're going to have the age period when you're going to be questioning your purpose, or you're going to be figuring out your purpose, and that's going to be happening around the age 36, 37, right? Probably some of those early challenges which you might not have done or accomplished around the first Saturn return, well, this is going to haunt you back. They are going to come back and then you're going to have to kind of fix them because we're talking about square again. Sometimes this is the time when if you have no idea what type of life mission you've got ahead of you, this is the time when you feel empty. And you're gonna have to, yeah, this is the age group as well, believe me, who gives me a call. Victor, can you tell me what my life mission is? Okay, next stage is gonna be the midlife crisis, age 30, 43, 44. You know, I'm sure you guys have heard about midlife crisis a lot. You know, I'm not gonna go on and about it, but this is about reinventing yourself, I would say. Knowing that you don't need to be scared of whatever your natal Saturn shows. You're gonna have some type of midlife crisis around that. It's gonna be about self-evaluation, and you just need to be a little bit more objective. You're gonna have to ask yourself what I have achieved. And now it's about time to assess everything that has happened since your Saturn return, and then seeing, you know, how much I have accomplished since then. And how are those aligned with my own values? So basically, it's like measuring up here things. And those people who have got those midlife crisis situation, you know, they acting on out it, that's because they haven't achieved what they planned. Then you've got the age of 50, 51, and that's going to be a time of change. This is quite similar to the age 21 and 22, because age 21 and 22, you're getting ready to become grown up. Well, here you're getting ready to become old. And if you have got fear of death, then you might start creating some type of illnesses for yourself. You might see actually that I'm getting old. Well, can you accept that? Can you accept the fact that you are getting old? It depends on the sign whether you can or not. Fixed energy, or, you know, have a look at the modalities, which I'm not going to go into depth though. So you're going to see some type of challenges, because it's going to be a squaring moment. You're going to see some type of challenges around those, you know, that the children left you, maybe they've grown up, you know, you are on your own. At first, you don't know what to do. You just give every single minute to your work. You see others developing creative talent, and then you feel that I haven't done anything. So you're going to start being sick. And you just feel that people don't find you useless, and so forth. So this is the time when, in many cases, you are called for a change. Change your lifestyle, change your diet, change your routines, change that house where Saturn is transiting at. That's what I would do. Oh, also, don't forget to have a look at your Saturn return chart either. Okay? And then we got to the second return, Saturn return, which is going to be bringing up the duration between age 30 and 59. But before we move on, is there any questions? So I've seen some comments. So Una is raising her hand now, as I can see. Yes, Una.
Hello. Now, just a comment on your nicely put and analyze on my Saturn in the 11th house. Yeah, just to complement it, actually.
Thank you. So you've got a little bit of a remedy there to work with, right? So do so.
Yes, yes, I think so. Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So I would love to go through all your charts, but obviously that's impossible, and that would take a few days. So we're not going to do that. But I hope it helps you to put some bits and pieces together. So we get to the second return chart and the second Saturn return chart, which is the next phase of your life. And you know what? It's all about hopefully you gain that respect, what you crave for. You manage to stand up in the community. You left something behind. And this is the time when you're going to have to start thinking about what am I going to do in my old age? Accepting the fact that you are old, you know. But one more very important thing you're going to have to take into account. Do I want to become an elder or do I want to become old? Who can tell me what the difference is? Because there's a huge difference here, and this is going to be the solution for your second Saturn return, because it's not the same like the first. What is the difference between to become elder or to become an old person? I can see people are dropping into the chat box. Look after others or be looked after. Elder is wise, old means weak. Very good, Swati, yes. Very good, Deborah. Elder shares their knowledge. Exactly. So the second return of Saturn is all about sharing experiences. And not about becoming weak. So is it the time to become a pensioner? Is it the time to start moaning about, oh, I've got pain here and there? Of course, if you've got pain, I'm not talking about that you're making it up, don't get me wrong. But again, very importantly, Saturn doesn't care about pain. Saturn has experienced pain already. So what if my legs are hurting a little bit? I just keep going on, you know. So Saturn, second Saturn return is all about the second chances, basically, of you taking a step further, all the energy, what you have achieved, basically. Okay, but considering your own mortality in, no further, you don't need to work 80 hours a week. Hold on, no. You work your 25, 30 hours because you are mortal, and then teach others in that sense. That's what you should be at your second Saturn return. Now, you know, the elderlies or the olderlies, I don't know how you are called. Are you at that stage at the moment of your life? And you don't need to pop it into the chat box, but I would appreciate if you said which one are you, elder or older, if you are in that age, and whether, if you are an older person, I would also love to know whether you are happy or not. If you just pop in into that chat box, you know, because that is going to tell me about, you know, whether you achieved things or not. But you don't even need to pop it in. So those questions you're going to have to ask at this stage. What does it mean to become old? When does it happen and what age? What happens to the family when they age? What health issues persist in our family? Do you have any you struggle with? All those questions are an answer as well. Saturn hasn't achieved their potential. So I think Emil asked earlier, how do I know when I failed? I think it was him. It is an answer in the second return chart. Okay, I know I'm harsh, but hold on, Saturn is harsh as well. So I don't want to sugarcoat it for you. And think about it, what did I not achieve? Let's do it. You still have got like 40 years ahead of you. So it's not about being sad. Okay, any questions? We're getting to the end. We're going to be probably here for another 10 minutes. And I'm keeping my time today, actually, I think. So I think, yes, I'm good today. Great. But I'm going to show you an example as I promised. Now, there was a question about progression by Lauren, I think, and that was a great question. However, she didn't actually specify which progression she was talking about. Was that the primary progression or the secondary progression? Well, usually when people talk about secondary progression itself, they mention or they talk about the secondary progression. However, there is also a primary progression. And the primary progression is also called a solar arc. If you don't know about solar arc, I'm not going to explain what solar arc means. I'm not going to teach you that today. But solar arc is basically 1 degree ahead, moves ahead every single year, each planet. So when you are 10 years old, your Saturn is going to be 10 degrees further away from the natal position. That's how it works. Okay? So that's all I want to share about it. I'm not going to go into the rules. It's a very easy timing technique. By the way, I've got a video on solar arc somewhere, if I'm not mistaken, on YouTube. So you might be able to find that. Okay. So remember the Saturn is there. There's a Saturn return happened November 11th, 2012. And that is happened at the age of 29. Okay, so you want to pull up your Saturn solar arc chart. Okay, so if you go here, solar arc direction, natal and solar arc direction, you click on that. And 2000, we're staying on the same date. So can you see that the transit in Saturn was here? And then Saturn is there because it's 29 degrees later. We are 29 years old, so it means that Saturn moved 29 degrees away from your natal chart. Sorry, from your natal placement. 29 and 7 months, to be precise. Right? Because the exact return happened in November. And I was born in February. So meaning that that's 11 months. Okay. It's going to take approximately about 2.5 years for the transit in Saturn to catch up. And this is the period, what we're going to call as a shadow period. What does that mean? I'm going to go back in time, and I can't remember exactly when it was. Ooh, I'm sure it was 2015. I'm 100% sure. Oh, sorry. So remember that the Saturn was on here, like, so watch that one. Saturn is on 7 degrees at the moment, right? Just please remember that. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to put back on transits. Where is Saturn? The transit in Saturn. Also there. So what we have got here, unfortunately, I can't put that on top of the chart on here. That's the little problem I'm having, but I'm hoping you are following. If not, then please listen back to it, and then you're gonna have a, a second chance. I'm gonna send out the recordings anyway. Can you see that my solar arc Saturn on 7 degrees, which was on Jupiter, also conjuncting my transit in Saturn? 10th house. Actually, okay, well, I'm not gonna ask you to tell me what it means, but it would be interesting to see what you guys think it could mean. This is what we're gonna call as a shadow transit. Shadow transit is something to do with solar arc. When the solar arc and the transiting planets are getting triggered together. So that was a time, and then I knew it was 2015 because I left work, and I knew it was somewhere in November as well, October because I left work after 20 years to pursue astrology career. And I started working as an astrologer, and unfortunately the first 1 year it didn't work out, so I had to go back to work. But then after life took me back on the road. Can you see why that is happening? I started my astrology journey because Saturn comes from the 9th house. Great. Well, does that make sense? Any questions on that? So far it was so good, but yes, I'm gonna get there and I'm gonna explain that. Man Chao, what transit? Victor, Saturn transit. So Saturn, solar arc Saturn was in conjunction with Saturn's transit. So one more time, I showed that by solar arc, that Saturn moved 29 degree, right? When the exact Saturn return happened. And Saturn took 3 years to catch up. So solar arc Saturn went 3 degrees ahead, and it was on 7 degree. And in the meantime, the transit in Saturn caught up as well. And so we had the solar arc and the Saturn return conjunction. That's it. Actually, there is something which shows something like that here. Unfortunately, you're going to have to natal progression and solar arc combined. Let me see if that puts the transit on. No, it doesn't. Unfortunately, I can't show you, but I can't show you. I would have loved to, but I can't. So we stay in like that. I hope you can imagine what was going on there. Okay. So solar arc, Saturn is right there, and the natal Saturn is right there as well. So imagine, for instance, a red and the green color Saturn there. That's what we call as shadow transits. So if something, what does shadow transit mean? If something didn't happen around the Saturn return, or it's going to happen around age 31, 32 then, /33, you're going to feel that within that 3 years. The event is going to take place when you have to become more serious. This means if nothing really significant happened around your Saturn return, you receive the second chance to fix it. It might mean actually that you've got quite a nice Saturn in your chart, but that's God knows. Solar arc means 29 degree, no. Solar arc means, one more time, that each year the planet is going to move 1 degree ahead. It's a calculative type of astrology, meaning that it's symbolic timing technique. It doesn't take the it doesn't take the actual placement of the planets. It is a symbolic one. So if I am 15 years old, then every planet is going to be 15 degree further in zodiacal order. So Saturn is going to be on 19 degree. Sun is going to be on 1 degree of Pisces. Okay. Pluto is going to be on 14 degree of Scorpio. I hope that makes sense. And the transiting planet caught up to it. This is more like an advanced technique, so I just wanted to drop it out for the advanced students. We're not going to go into this a lot more in depth. This is what we call as a shadow transit, and this is the period when you going to have a huge event happening in your life. Mine was in 2015. Okay. So it looks like it's transiting over your Jupiter. Would that indicate an auspicious time in your career? Of course, Jupiter, it is bang on Jupiter. So obviously it's going to be indicating something to do with career because Jupiter rules the 10th house, right? Very good, Judy. And there is Uranus there as well, right next to it. It happens rapidly. It happens quickly. Oh, yeah, within seconds I resigned. Great. Any questions on that? Oh, all these things here. Maybe that's why I've got some issues. Let me. Okay, any questions on that at all? So I see. Then Saturn awakened all your important planets like Sun and Moon in the right house now, and yes, bringing them over to Saturn for the return. Yes, exactly. Great. This is what we call as shadow transit period. Okay, so there was a question on, let me put that down. There was a question on Manchaoding, from Manchaoding. Could you explain my previous question on numerous Saturn return transit charts? So, I did put that down on the slide. What that stupid mistake that I made. Okay, so what happens here is we've got retrograde motions, and the retrograde happens 3 times. So I'm going to illustrate that for you. Okay, so I'm going to illustrate that for you. Oh, yeah, almost. I thought I was going to be able to do that on a chart very well, but not really. Okay, yeah, here you go. I can show it here. Oh, I'm going to show it here. So I'm going to go back in 2018. Let's imagine that Amy Winehouse still is alive. Here you go. So here is the transit. Okay, so can you see Jupiter right there? Okay, so Jupiter is going to be moving on a month later, 16 degree, then 21 degree, then 27 degree, then 4 degree Sagittarius in November 2018. So basically, she is having a Jupiter return. I'm going to move on. Jupiter goes and it becomes on 10 degree. Then it's on 16 degree. Then it's on 21 degree. Then 24. Then 23. Now, what happened was it reached 24 degree. Now it's going backwards. So it already transited 20 degree at one point, right? And that's what we're going to be quite excited about. That was happening somewhere in 2019, February. That's the first hit. The first hit means that you're going to receive signs that something is happening. Exactly the same with Saturn. So imagine that it's not a Jupiter sign, it's a Saturnian sign. So Saturn is transiting that. You receive a sign what you should be doing. Okay, this is how to fix it. Next one, I'm moving on. Saturn moves away. You might feel a little bit lifted up. Oh, okay, it's all gone, the trouble gone. Oh, the trouble is coming back. 2 months later, it comes back. Again, conjunction, second hit. You get a reminder. I told you 2 months ago to do this. Why did you not do it? Do you want me to kick your bum? That's going to be Saturn's question. So you received your second chance. Moving on. Moves away, you feel, oh, it's all good, yeah, all sorted. And then you've got 5 months later, Saturn again comes onto it. And that's the last one, but that's the most painful one. Now, To answer your question there, you're going to have to take into all three charts into account. The first one is going to be the most important there, because that is going to be giving you the main topic, what you should be focusing on. That's kind of what you have to achieve in the next 28 years. But the second one is going to be a reminder and what type of reminders you receive. And the third one is how your bum gets kicked, so that you go back and revisit your first chart. I hope that makes sense. Victor in her south node. It doesn't matter what it was. Yeah, it was the south node, yes. So it was the 3 hits, which was important. I was circling there, so I was showing Saturn and Jupiter going up to 24 degrees, then touching on the south node, coming back 3 times, right? So it doesn't matter what planet it is. We're not gonna go into interpretations now. You know, if it was Venus, maybe it's about self-worth. If it was Mars, maybe it's about your ambition and drive. And, you know, that gets pushed 3 times. Of course, it does matter what planet, but not in this chance. You know, in this case. Of course, it's gonna matter what planet we're talking about. But we're talking about, sorry, it doesn't matter, because we're talking about Saturn return. So the Saturn return, it means that it's going to be happening 3 times on your natal Saturn, right? So Saturn is going through 3 times here on that Saturn. But you're always going to get a different chart, like here. But when I had my first Saturn return, I only had it once. So I had to sort everything out once. The second solar return, I had retrograde periods happening within those 2 years. I'm gonna have that. First is 58, right? And then I'm gonna have that all in different eras, and that one is gonna be the return one. So the problem is returning, because you're getting a reminder. So it looks like the first time around I understood the lesson. I think I did, and I'm just looking at it. I'm gonna freeze second Saturn return. I'm gonna understand the lesson the first time. I'm learning now as well. Okay, so that's how you should be interpreting that. I hope that makes sense.
Victor, sorry to jump in. I just can't type a question. Which chart will be, are we looking at as the Saturn return chart? The third one, the last one? The first one.
First. So the first one is your main one, what you have to focus on. The second one is gonna be your kick-ass, the reminder, sorry, and how you get reminded. And the third one is gonna be how you got your bum kicked. Of course, if you didn't go with the first Saturn return chart, because you might have had a different agenda. Does that make sense?
Yes, I was only asking because in the 3 charts, Saturn will be in different houses, and I was wondering.
Of course, it's gonna be in different houses, yes. You can call those 2 as the side projects as well. Some type of side projects. But it doesn't mean that you should forget the first one.
It all makes sense now, thank you.
Great. So, just I'm gonna bring up a very last example, and then I'll let everyone go to bed. So we've got Amy Winehouse chart here. Today I got inspired a little bit by her because I was making some type of senses here. So actually, who would like to go with it, like helping me to analyze it? Sveti, shall we give it a go?
Okay.
So how do you feel about the Saturn there? My mouth is dry. Yeah.
Well, this is Saturn in the 6th house, so it will be anything related to everyday environment, habits, health issues, and some type of imbalanced situations. So this will be creating maybe some crisis situations in the life of the person. So that she can become more open on an intimate level, because it's in Scorpio.
Very good. Yeah. It's all about digging below the surface and then understanding what is happening there and why things are not ticking for me, right?
Yeah.
What happens if she doesn't do so?
Well, she might get sick because it's the 6th house.
She might get sick. Is that emotional sickness or more physical?
It can be a psychosomatic sickness, like kind of depression, because Saturn rules depression.
Yeah, and on a
it's in
physical
Scorpio,
level.
but it will also have a result on the physical level because it's the 6th house.
What type of illness, for instance? With Scorpio.
With Scorpio, anything related with the sexual organs.
Yeah. So maybe menstruation, problems, infections. It's very Marsian energy anyway. Even HIV, AIDS, whatever it is. So we might face in some type of challenges.
Yeah, or the colon, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so let's imagine. Okay, so I'm going to bring up the chart on the second return, and then we can have a look at 83, September 14th. So I'm going to bring it up here. Of course, we can go on and about that Saturn a lot more. Now, we do know her story, so I think to mention this is more than enough at the moment. And I'm going to bring up her Saturn return chart so that we can have a look at what is going on in. Oh, that's not Anfield. England. Here you go. Okay, so we've got a Saturn return chart. Oh, sorry, we've got a Saturn return chart 2012, October 22nd. So I'm straight away going to click on there. And I'm going to be looking at what is the rising sign.
It's in Virgo.
Rising sign is in Virgo. Talk me about it. And what house does Saturn fall into?
It would be in the 3rd house by whole sign.
3rd house.
Yeah.
Scorpio.
Scorpio again, yes. So anything related to communication, and again, Virgo rules again daily activities, the way you live, because it's the ascendant.
Yeah.
And so it will be like maybe you not being able to express your ideas and yourself, or thinking that you're not doing it right, because Saturn will make you think like you're not good enough into the way you express yourself.
Yeah, what does that Venus talk about the rising, on the rising sign?
Well, the rising sign in Virgo will be all about the body, how you treat Venus? Your body, and the way you look as well.
Way you look, and whether you trust yourself,
and your self-worth.
Self-worth, exactly. So what does she need to learn this time around? To communicate about her beauty, to communicate about her health problems, and actually opening up to a doctor. Why a doctor? Because Saturn is in the 6th house.
Yeah,
natally. Has she done that? Not really.
Unfortunately.
So obviously we know what happened to her.
Yeah.
Does that make any sense? Now, obviously she had a progressed moon before, which we talked about, which we would be able to look at it. We're not going to look at that today because that wasn't really the aim. But I'm sure that's going to play out quite a lot as well. Saturn is definitely here on the 3rd house. It might be appearing in the 2nd, but I use whole sign house system, and Sweti knows that. And Saturn in conjunction with the Sun, so we've got some limitation on being able to shine. But you know what? Maybe it's worth having a look at where that Virgo is in the natal chart. What is Saturn and Sun doing in the natal chart, right? And you know, what does Sun rule? But you know what? Take it to the bare minimum. So what is the rising sign of the Saturn return chart, and what house the Saturn falls into, and what's the nearest aspect? And then you can see what your next 3-4 years are going to be about. So to summarize on that, natally, we understood what her Saturn means. We've got the fear of intimacy on a day-to-day basis. What does that mean in English? I'm scared of reality. That's what it means. Saturn, fear, Scorpio, intimacy, 6th house, everyday activities. So I'm scared on an everyday level, which means I have got problems with reality.
Yeah, and somebody brought up addiction here, so it can be, you know, as well a possibility.
Yeah, well, it can be addiction, but you know, not every Saturn in Scorpio will be addicted though.
Because of the 6th house as well, and
6th house, yeah, it's something. Saturn also tells you you must heal yourself. Scorpio, healing. Scorpio is the alchemist. So and go and get peers. That's what Saturn says, natally. Well, we're going on to her Saturn return chart, and then look out for your body, Virgo, rising sign. Work with your self-worth, Venus right on it. Self-worth. Pamper yourself, make yourself beautiful again. You know, or just believe that you are beautiful. You are, this not this Cinderella story who is making beautiful dresses for the mom and the sisters. You are the one who should be wearing those dresses. You are the Cinderella. Venus in Virgo is pretty much about the Cinderella story. Okay. And Saturn is in the 3rd house, so I need to learn how to communicate, to give a voice to my fears. So I basically go and visit a psychologist.
Yes.
There is Sun next to it, which is the planet of vitality. If not, I'm going to take away your vitality, it says. We know what happened. Okay, I hope it makes sense, everyone. Don't go, and one more thing I recommend doing, just to have a clearer picture. What is the closest aspect to Saturn? So this time around it was Sun, but you know, if there was nothing next to it, always the conjunction is the most important, then opposition, then square, trine, sextile are not too important. Okay, so if there was no Sun there, then I would have looked at maybe the moon is in Aquarius or not. If it's in Aquarius, I can't see that.
It's in Capricorn, 29 degrees on the right.
It's on the side, sorry, yeah, thank you. So maybe it's a trine. I don't even see any other major aspects actually, which is very exciting. What's this, Pluto? Pluto is in 7 degrees. Okay, maybe we're gonna go with Pluto. Oh, but it's a sextile as well. Anyway, actually, sextile talks about opportunities and trine talks about opportunities as well. So if you do so, I'm gonna give you a chance here. Wow.
And she has Sun on the 29 degree of Libra in the 2nd house of self-worth again, so meaning she has to change herself, the way she looks at herself again one more time.
Exactly.
The same thing appears, and the moon on the 29 degree of Capricorn, so take care of the emotions and the emotional world.
Absolutely.
So it's very much indicated several times in the chart. What she needs to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We, you know, Sun is going to be talking about be vain, Libra. when it comes to your appearance. And then the moon is going to be talking about, okay, be more serious, come on, right?
Yeah.
It looks like she hasn't chosen any of those paths.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So, would addiction be included since in Scorpio? So yes, addiction belongs to Scorpio as well as Pisces. Okay. Pisces is more actually the addiction than Scorpio, but both of them are pretty much self-sabotaging as well. Judy, would you look at the Mars and Jupiter opposition? Of course, you look at any of the aspects, of course. But here I just wanted to make it easier just to look at the closest one or the most important one for simplicity reasons. I do believe that sometimes we tend to over making astrology too difficult when it doesn't need to. Guys, we got to the end of it. I think this is the first time ever when I kept timing. Any questions at all, or how do you feel about Saturn return at all? Yeah, let me know. I mean, any questions? Do you need any clarification on something? Probably you have got plenty of information to go about now. So I pretty much recommend going over the recording again and, you know, embracing the information. Probably, you know, the timing part of it is definitely, that's a little bit of a challenge there, right? So again, just taking it back to the basics. Remember, it's going to be all about what does your natal Saturn mean and want from you. I really want you to figure that out. And we had a look at more of these examples. The Saturn always going to want the same from you, no matter what. But it's going to be talking about, you know, the Saturn return chart, what's the rising sign, where the sun, where the moon, where Saturn is, and then work with those three elements. You get a clear picture of what you have to learn about. Thank you very much, Judy. Very nice of you. Deborah says, I have been through two, and I'm not sure if I learned anything. I'm sure you did. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to be sending over recordings. Well, maybe today. It's midnight now here, so I'm still going to try to upload it. So I'm going to send over the recording as well as the slides. I recommend listening back to it, taking some extra notes. Obviously, I haven't written down every single sentence I'm going to tell you. And I'm also going to send over an extra video on Saturn in the signs we made with Tweti, so that you can figure out where you've got some of your talents, maybe by the sign. Thank you, Aniko. Judy, do you have on Pluto? What do you mean? A webinar? Pluto webinar? Well, if you guys are interested in Pluto, then drop me an email and then I can organize for the same group, one on Pluto. Pluto is oh yeah, I would love to. So let me know, guys, and then I'm more than happy to organize one Pluto for maybe next month. Great. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to see you all on my next webinar. Take care of yourself. Bye-bye. Good night. Bye-bye.